modérateur, M. Bakary Traoré, qui se chargera de donner la parole aux différents panélistes qui sont des agrégés en matière de santé, pour nous entretenir sur comment la santé peut impacter, rénover ou encore rehausser le panafricanisme dont nous parlons ensemble ici. Alors, je vais sans doute donner la parole à M. Bakary Traoré pour qu'il puisse modérer avec fidélité ce panel 3 de cette troisième journée du 9e Congrès panafricain. M. Bakary.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. Je suis très heureux de modérer cette panel sur deux thématiques extrêmement importantes qui sont d'un côté la santé et la sécurité alimentaire. C'est deux des grands piliers du bien-être de la population. On est d'accord avec ça. Et cette question mérite vraiment qu'on regarde de façon objective et surtout faire écho à ce qui a été dit ce matin, hier aussi, sur le fait qu'il ne s'agit plus de désirer quelque chose, il s'agit de passer à l'action, la mise en œuvre, l'implémentation. Dans ce sens-là, j'ai l'honneur d'avoir autour de la table des gens qui ont plus de 30 ans d'expérience chacun dans leur domaine, beaucoup dans la mise en œuvre, et donc c'est l'heure pour eux d'apporter quelques idées concrètes. J'aimerais au moins deux objectifs pour ces panels ici. Première chose, nous clarifier sur les enjeux. Deux, nous édifier sur les priorités, par où commencer et comment. Et pour finir, j'aimerais quand même en profiter pour qu'on soit vraiment à l'heure pour pouvoir prendre quelques questions dans la salle. Ça, c'est extrêmement important parce que c'est un sujet qui touche à tout le monde. Donc, j'aimerais vraiment pouvoir avoir le temps d'interagir un peu avec la salle cet après-midi. Donc, sans plus tarder, je vais introduire très brièvement nos panélistes. Il s'agit de Dr Marshall Martin, qui est médecin de formation avec plus de 30 ans d'expérience dans la mise en œuvre des grands programmes au niveau mondial. Elle va nous parler des aspects de santé publique, les systèmes de santé publique et les approches résilientes pour un système de soins résilient et autonome en Afrique. Ensuite, j'ai à ma droite ici M. Dr Mamadou Goïta, qui, lui, il est économiste du développement et enseignant-chercheur avec plus de 30 ans d'expérience aussi. Lui, il va nous aborder.
He would talk to us about food security in Africa, produce and consume locally. What are the challenges? I'll then have Dr. Sylvain Langiliang Fall. He also has a lot of experience. He's a sociologist, anthropologist on issues of nutrition and health, but he's also an expert in the area of artificial intelligence. So it's important today. And he's going to talk about nutrition, prevention, and well-being, and health and sustainable development. To my left here, I have Mr. Fala Madou. He's an expert, but also a businessman in agriculture and agribusiness. And he will be talking about about food security. Then we have somebody who doesn't need introduction. He's from Togo. He's a medical doctor by training. He has has a TV program on food. He's a rapporteur, but he's also contributes to the panel. So, without further ado, let me give you a few figures, and then we'll start the presentations. In terms of health, you know that health is part of welfare, and that in the case of Africa, 33% comes directly from the patient's pocket. In the case of 13 countries in Africa, is more than 50%. In Nigeria, 75% of health expenditure come from homes. So it's a very high figure, and this has direct impact on health. So in the average in the world is 13%. So we are really on the high side. Now, food security. Africa is not a gross producer. Africa is not just a gross producer of products such as fonio, yam. These are productions these are produce that are directly consumed by the people. Then there's last one. The market in Africa is twice as dynamic as a global market, and Africa each year spends $90 billion for importation of food. $90 billion. That gives, to give you an idea, the Togo. This is important because in 25 years only, 2050, the African population will double. 50 additional people will join, and at the same time the rural population will increase. And these figures give us an idea. And so let me begin with the issue of food security. Mr. Guitas, if you can tell us, give us some clarity on the challenges. What are we talking about, first of all? Why is it important? How do you see the priorities to be adopted, and what are your recommendations? You have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Merci bien, Monsieur le Modérateur. C'est vraiment un grand...
Thank you, Moderator. It's a pleasure and an honor to talk about such an important issue such as food, because we cannot talk about political sovereignty if there's no food sovereignty. But before I deal with the challenges relating to this issue, let me clarify a number of concepts that are normally used. There are three that I want to focus on. One, food self-sufficiency. Food self-sufficiency is linked to sovereignty. When we're talking about food self-sufficiency, after independence, most African countries, that is when a country has the capacity of producing its essential food items. That's what we call concrete food self-sufficiency. That is, they are able to produce all the food items that they consume on their territory. And then there's the situation where countries can produce the essentials, but they need to import some. For example, in the Sahel, individuals consume 20 cereals per month. And if you multiply that by a year and multiply that by the population, that is the food needs of that population in relation to the basic food items. So if a country can cover all the needs in that respect, it is considered as food self-sufficient. In Mali, for example, we need 123 million about 600 tons of cereals to be able to feed the population. But we realize that in most situations, the situation is not that. We talk about food security when access to food is available there throughout the year, that it is possible, it can be bought, you have the facility, the possibility, and it also has the nutrients that would satisfy our health needs. That is what we call food security. Now, there's one issue that has not been answered. Where does the food that we consume come from? And the accessibility, and that is why we are saying that food security, as if we are saying eat and keep quiet. The prices can be subsidized, you can buy it on the international market, but when you have it in your proximity and you can buy it and you have the nutrients required, you talk about food security. Food security goes beyond that. It's a political agenda to say that there is, every people have the right to decide how to produce their food, what kind of food they want to produce, how they are going to organize to produce, and what kind of policies are they going to have to produce the food. That is food sovereignty. It's a matter of right and responsibility. States, policymakers have to make decisions. There's also the issue of accessibility and the right that people have to democratically decide, and all peoples who can have access to food, and food that is culturally adapted to their situation. If it is not culturally adapted, there is the food, but there's also the system, the process, which is also important. Now, when you take that into account, you realize that there are fundamental challenges. First of all, food is medicine. We know that. We'll come back later to that. So there are fundamental challenges. The first challenge is that sovereignty, food sovereignty and nutritional sovereignty of the continent. The moderator has just given some figures, and when you look at that, you look at the potentials of the country, and two countries which are there are countries that are not able to produce. They have no access to input food production inputs. And to talk about this subject within the framework of Pan-Africanism is the sovereignty of our continent, and also nutritional, which is important. Second, it's also an economic. It has an economic dimension, because the policies that we have to manage agriculture and livestock breeding, and that is where we have the issue of access creation and also the investment that we can find. There are social considerations. Food security makes it possible to produce, to feed cities that do not produce food, and to create a balance between food producers, fishermen, livestock producers, and so on. There's also the environmental consideration. The control of our food system enable us to control the manner in which we produce, the manner in which we exploit our resources, and the issue of the market. There are also scientific considerations. Today, there are a lot of wealth in relation to food production. Most of companies today at the international level, agro food production, have a hold on food production. And why do we need to talk about it? Because the stability of countries depend on the control of the food production system. How the system, the international system, has been designed in a manipulative manner, because the international challenge at the international level has been transposed to the national level. Now, on that issue, do you have figures to illustrate why it should be Pan-African. Indeed, very quickly, I wanted to give some information on the geopolitics of food at the international level. You know that each year there are about 100 billion American dollars used on food. $100 billion used on production, transportation, and the marketing and recycling, about $100 billion. And there are 3 companies that own 58% of 6 control 58% of all the resources that are used in $100 billion. No African company is among them. Second, important information. Out of these 6 companies, they have about 80. They have 118% of the pesticide market. 4 companies have between 70% of the of grains, because at the international level, the grains that are sold, maize, rice, 60 to 90% are controlled by 4 companies and no African company. Another important, there are 6 companies that control 50% of the market of agricultural equipment, agricultural implements, and no African company among them. There are 6 companies that compete 110% of veterinary products. Veterinary products that we use, 110%. There. And to conclude, take supermarkets who market the products. That 11% of expenditure, 11% is controlled by the 100 supermarkets, and none of them is involved. There's only one South African company, but otherwise no African company. We have understood the Pan-African consideration, but you have always talking about 6 companies, 4 companies. The global level, we control this, control that, pharmaceutical products, agricultural implements. So a small country like Nigeria, in quote, cannot be part of one of those 6 companies. And given the fact that if we have priorities that we have to start with, in 3 minutes, what would you say? There are many important elements. The first one is a type of investment in livestock breeding, forestry. What kind of investment? And that depends on agricultural policy. And you'll be surprised that, take West Africa today, there are 7 countries that have an agricultural policy. That means we have serious structural issues. And it's based on the model of those policies that we decide on, we determine the investment model. So that is a priority or a gap where the states have to take into have to control food production. That's very important. But today we have a model that we call project. We spend a lot on projects coming from the exterior, first year, second year to install, and 4th year the project is about to finish. And there are countries that have over 1,000 projects, but nothing is moving because they are eternal, they are forever restarting. Second important issue, how will Africa be able to have food stock for food security? we also need to regulate the market to ensure that we have a link during which that there are periods that we need food support of food products, be they animal-based or plant-based. And Africa will close our markets because there's a crisis between Russia and Ukraine. Third important item, the organization of the international market, which is a priority. We are talking about markets that do not concern us. The global market does not belong to us, and it will never satisfy our food needs. That 30% of food goes maize, wheat, rice, and then after that you have oil-based products. There's no way we can operate on that market. We don't have our millet, our sorghum on the international market. So we have to limit ourselves. We limit ourselves to our local markets where the women go. So these are the priorities that I can talk about, and very well, we'll come to that a bit later. But you said something extremely important, an important consideration, a market that is concentrated at a global level. So how do we finance investment in agriculture and the food security stock, and the other one is how do you develop local markets so as to ensure our autonomy, our independence when there is a crisis. At this stage, I'll move on to Mr. Goita has just said that the first medication for health is food. So that relates directly to the food, to the health capacity, health system, the capacity of the health system. So what are the considerations, the challenges?
Priorities. 10 minutes, please.
Not a bad question, a tough one. Good afternoon, everyone, and it is an honor to be here with you today. I want to bring you some greetings from your colleagues in Accra, where I was last week at the International Conference on AIDS, STIs in Africa, sponsored by the Society Against AIDS in Africa. And food and food security has absolutely always been part of the HIV question and the HIV challenge. And you'll recall 40 years ago we had nothing in response to HIV. And we had care, compassion, concern, and the number one thing that we all shared in common around the globe was we had this idea of people wasting away. We had this idea of SLIMS. It was called SLIMS disease, right? That's how we heard it. That's what we saw. And it was this whole question of, is there a way for us to combine food and good nutrition initially, because we had nothing else, that would help people as they were grappling with this virus for which we had no medical response. So the idea of food and food security and health become very important. They're intertwined. And I was also thinking about the reality that a little bit later on we would be talking about traditional medicine, we'd be talking about Western modern medicine, we can talk Eastern medicine. And if you think about this whole movement around health and the health stores and the health food stores, they really are places where we've taken food and put them in pill and liquid form so that we can take them every day as helping us be healthy. So food becomes very important in this conversation about health and well-being. And as I was thinking about my presentation today, the idea of health and well-being is very important to me. After being at this meeting for 2 days and after being in Accra, it's like, well, wait a minute. We have to have a conversation about health. We need to have a conversation about healing. We need to have a conversation about human rights. And then we need to have a conversation about well-being. Because it's all integrated and it's all intertwined, and we can do the definition. We can determine what is health for us. We can determine how we need to be in the healing process. We can know what human rights mean in the context of well-being. And we all want well-being. So I have already challenged myself to really try to understand, what do we want to talk about here? And I settled on health, healing, human rights, and well-being. That's going to be health for me from being at this meeting. Second thing, in the context of our discussion today, HIV, 40 years ago, we didn't know where we were going to be. 20 years ago, something significantly happened. And many of you know, and we've talked a lot about in the past over the last 20 years, there's something called the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief. It's called PEPFAR. How many of you know about PEPFAR? PEPFAR. Have any of you heard of PEPFAR? Come on. One person out here. 2, 3. Okay, 3 people, 4 people. President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, PEPFAR, that's its acronym, was created after I had the opportunity to visit Zambia, take 2 physicians to a conference that was talking about this disease. We went to a hospital in a small rural community, Chikankata, and looked and talked to the patients and looked around to see what was happening. And these 2 physicians, who were visiting Zambia for the very first time, came back to the United States and said, we can do something about this. These patients don't need to be in the hospital. We can treat what they have. And at that time, it was mostly PCP pneumonia, which was one of the early diagnostic classifications for HIV. They came back, started talking with other colleagues, and honestly, that was the beginning of what became a $120 billion global health initiative. 85% of that money has come to the continent of Africa. It started with 14 countries. It then went to 15. Vietnam got in the room. And what we used to say, if Black America were a country, it would be the 16th country. That's how high the numbers were in the United States in terms of HIV 20 years ago. And why am I bringing this up in the context of this Pan-Africanist conversation? And we're talking about health and public health and sovereignty and resilience. If you say 85% of $120 million, roughly $105 billion, has been spent responding to a disease. In addition to that, 70 billion AIDS, malaria, and TB from the Global Fund. So there are resources that have come to the continent that have been disease-specific. And you might say, oh, well, they're just treating that. They're just treating this. Oh, it's just a silo. Well, not really. It was health system strengthening, and in some cases, development of specific health system components. Components that I now call assets in the healthcare system in Africa. Laboratories, research institutions, clinics, community health workers, procurement processes, data systems, storage facilities. All of this was built as a result of a response to a disease that nobody had any idea about. So when we talk about health in the context of the movement of Pan-Africanism, we would do well to take some time and see what we did with that money, and see what we did with that money across our nations, and to determine whether or not we now have some assets and some resources that we now control. We have the same question in the black community in the United States. And we're not finished with the HIV response on the US side. We are the highest numbers of people getting HIV in the United States. It's African American. We are 80% of the epidemic in the United States. Sub-Saharan Africa is 60% of the epidemic worldwide. So there is some dynamism going on that we need to take a look and stop and say, how can we, as black people, stop for a moment and map our assets and determine how we can utilize those assets for our health, our healing, our human rights, and our well-being. And I came up with this idea that AU, WHO, Afro could just decide, we're going to collect this data. How many clinics do we have paid for by these monies? How many trained healthcare workers do we now have that know infectious disease, that know communicable diseases, that know how to build an effective response? Because you know what? The numbers are going down. The rates are going down. And it's not just HIV, malaria and TB, the Global Fund.
So,
Funding all those responses to these 3 significant diseases that kill more people on the continent than any other diseases combined.
so forward looking now. We understand that actually, from your perspective, that most important is to invest in assets that matters. Infrastructure, capacity of people, strengthening the capacity of a system. So in terms of preparedness for the future,
Yes.
what should be the priorities in that case? What matters the most in the case of public health policies here? What should be done?
Number one, we need to secure our infrastructure. There is no question that we need to make certain that the clinics and the hospitals are at the level at which they can respond to the community need. Public health is all about preventing disease, preventing injury. It's all about making sure there's education and knowledge in the community to keep people well and healthy. And it's a community response. So we need to absolutely make sure the infrastructure is there to do what it needs to do. On the other hand, we have people. We have people capacity. There are people trained and educated now to do health, to be able to identify disease, to be able to help people get to clinic, to be able to help people stay healthy, and to be able to educate the community when there are new problems. COVID leaned into the HIV response around the world. It was another one we had no information about. But people looked at communicable diseases, people looked at infectious disease, people looked at how they were able to start to limit the impact on others. That's public health.
But some countries are already doing good
Yes.
things here,
Yes.
okay?
Yes.
So, and then what's still missing?
There are some really wonderful countries doing some really wonderful things. I mean, there are folks that are absolutely building on health sovereignty. There are countries that are saying, we need to do this for our people generally. It can't just be disease specific. We need to make certain that everybody has access to health care, and that we need the cost of that health care to be what our country can manage. And so now the question becomes one of sustainability. They're asking that question in the HIV response now that we've seen changes in policies around funding and around development. Folks are saying, what part of this do we need to maintain in order to sustain an effective health response? And we're seeing it now. And we're seeing governments that are now saying, we're going to run it ourselves. We're going to have our own healthcare system, whether it's Botswana, whether it's Rwanda, whether it is Cote d'Ivoire, Ethiopia. We have countries now that have stepped up and said, okay, we've had these experiences. This money is no longer available like it was. We have to step forward because the value in the health of our people is what will bring us forward. So I look at it this way, and again, I look to leadership. I've had a lot of jobs in the government. I've had a lot of jobs in the community. I look to leadership in the government to say, we want our people to be as healthy as they can be. Health is not a commodity. Health is something everyone wants to enjoy. I used to say to my friends, I don't like being sick. Nobody does. So here we have an opportunity now across nations, because everybody was impacted by HIV. Everybody was. And everybody got resources, and everybody built an effective response. Some countries did one thing, other countries did something else. It's time we assess that, map it, and talk about how can we exchange the best practices to strengthen the African response. It's time for the Black peoples to take this one on and show that we can do it. That's resilience. That really is what we're talking about here. Public health, resilience, and sovereignty. We can do it.
Thanks very much. So here, what I understand is, in terms of right, human right, health is not a commodity, but health is just universal access to health care need to be at the heart of everything here. Maybe before going to the question of nutrition, the quality of nutrition, maybe I will give the floor to Michel Kodom. Vous êtes un médecin. Comme on parle de capacité du système de santé publique, est-ce que vous voyez quelque chose à ajouter à ce que Dr Marshall vient de dire?
D'abord, je voudrais vous féliciter. Elle a su quand même présenter l'essentiel. Peut-être revenir sur certains points qui me paraissaient clés et en ajouter quelques-uns. D'abord, c'est de revenir sur l'importance de sécuriser.
I think it is important to secure our infrastructure in terms of capacity to put in play tools, equipment, to have quality health care, because the challenge in Africa today is that when you go to our hospitals, you don't have the feeling that we are practicing modern medical science. When you go, especially in rural areas where 60% of our population live, they don't have access to quality health care through infrastructure. And I think it's key what she was saying. And also we have to get back to the need to train human resources. The issue is that we have countries with 2, 3, 4 health faculties, but when they train, they go out to the West and go and practice in the West. I think in terms of sovereignty, we need to have mechanisms in place where we can't hear the speaker. So we're talking about sovereignty of healthcare without forgetting the traditional healthcare, because we have not tapped fully into it. And we need to invest into research into African health care, not traditional health care, but African health care. And in fora like this, we need to lay emphasis on the need to put more into research on our medicinal plants. And I will conclude by talking about communication. When she started talking about HIV/AIDS 40 years ago, when AIDS started, it was so poorly presented. 40 years later, everything roams around a stigma. And in those days, once you are HIV infected, you have to be sidelined, you have to be rejected from society. So we could come back later and talk about other things and answer other questions from the House.
Non, justement,
Kindly, because, we are in a Pan-African arena, if you have one message, that will be your closing remark. If you have a recommendation to formulate, and that should be part of our recommendation, what would that be on public health? But I think we'll go around the table and come back to you. Just one recommendation regarding public health. Now, I will now touch the aspect of nutritional quality. Nutrition is fundamental. It's not just access to food, but it's a whole question of standards, what we eat, so even sociological aspect. Mr. Farr, for the past 30 years you've been in that field. You've been a sociologist and anthropologist at the same time. Tell me, what are the stakes when it comes to nutrition, prevention, and well-being? What are the stakes? And what are the priorities that you have identified which are not being addressed? Thank you. You're talking about nutrition, but nutrition is closely linked with health. You can talk about nutrition without talking about health, because what we hear so far, food and health sovereignty, it requires a governance, and that governance can only be focused on community approaches, indigenous know-how. That I say it in a Pan-African panel, and it might be said, because we used to say that health is a right, a know-how, and a practice within sustainable development. But what have we found out? I will sum it up this way. Didier Fassa said, unfortunately, what happened in more countries, especially in Africa, is that health is not given to those who need more, but those who speak louder. Who speaks louder? That question the public policies about health, and beyond the colonial approach, we have to decolonize health. We have to put African communities at the center of African solutions. The stakes, as far as I'm concerned, first of all, conceptual. I will want to challenge the WHO. The WHO has given us a biomedical definition of health. For an African, health is a dynamic state between the body, the soul, the spirit. If you take that definition, it breaks away from the biomedical definition. For us in Africa, health is plural, but can we practice that if we follow the steps of biomedical concepts? It all means that when you have issues with your spouse at home,
it's about illness and sickness. Vous n'entendrez pas dire âme ill, c'est la dimension vécue de.
It is the dimension of what you live, and the dimension of what is social. Health depends on socio-environmental conditions. If I live in a social environment that is not healthy, then I'm sick. The experience of suffering and healing, they are conveyed through our languages, and also the space of health should be, meaning that if we want to manage health, we need to produce our research, know the data of health, and value medical data. If I step into nutrition, I will still challenge whoever and say that when nutrition is thought to be a biological process, but in Africa it is a whole set of traditional and practices, how people eat, how food is produced and shared and valued. It means that food practices are not biological, they are cultural. But what do we do? Food standards are defined by models that are imported, where you're talking about calorie and nutrients, and then you forgot about Fornio. You forget millet and all these cereals, and you have malnutrition across the board. About 30% of children, African children, will continue being victims of malnutrition in 2025. 5 million children will be concerned about retarded growth. But who to blame? Malnutrition, decolonized manner, is the symptom of the choices and the loss of sovereignty, because standards have been mismatched. It is the political choices. It is the states who are not allowing allotting the appropriate budget to food, and now we are into chips, hyper-processed drinks that our children have to crave all day, and when you compare it to wasting and stunting, because we have devalued our local eating habit. We have local powders, local flours that could be better valued. It is our leaders that are first to be accused. You're talking about something essential here, that is the imaginary. It is the imaginary that make us believe that what is important is nutrient loaded than what we have locally. Now, if we ask you, what are the priorities to address these types of concerns, and what are the recommendations that you can put forth as a socio-anthropologist? And now, if you look into the future issues of how standards are determined, IA will not solve that problem. You're an AI specialist. On these strategic priorities, Africa must be able to write her own drama of health, nutrition, and prevention and well-being. By what doing? I want to use a term that was used by Robertson in '92 around globalization, that put to get global and local. But I'm going to challenge that concept and say that Africa does not need globalization, because globalization is being imposed to the south by the north. We will talk about an inverted globalization, so that from the south we will dictate. If you go to Senegal, something is happening today. Senegalese women are demonstrating. They are showing today that they can change the world, starting from Senegal, because these are the women that are going to the market to buy food items for different types of population component, and they are designing these food items so that people in the outskirts of our cities, in rural areas, could have access to food. So we're talking about community participation in political choices. You cannot promote an African vision without taking into account African know-how. Why is it imaginary? Because when we want to design policies, African populations, we impose, you take the model of a goat. You say, okay, we will give the woman a goat. If you have a goat for 2 years, then she will, and then they're talking about women empowerment. And when the mother is empowered, children will be well fed. And the populations are saying, but what, you didn't ask me what type of goat is best adapted to climate change, because all the goats you brought, they are dying. Because if you want to solve any problem, we have to involve communities. In fact, not only to co-design, but to co-create. Because when you say co-design, you involve people at designing.
beginning to the end. Et ça, c'est important.
It is important to be there from the beginning to the end. The second challenge, the strategy, is to reinforce empowerment and innovation, and that leads me to talk about AI. AI is a leverage. Somebody was saying yesterday that Africa must be part of AI, because AI does not belong to the West. AI belongs to the world. However, I agree with her that we have to join AI. We have to stand our ground when we step into AI, because it is a tool that might represent some challenge. Now, when we take nutrition, AI can help you forecast what will be your harvests, what would be your yields, what is the time of seedling you should do, what type of seed do you. This AI is not a technical matter. AI is more of a societal matter. So Africa must redefine the technological move. Somebody is saying that Africa must cover the divide. Africa is not lagging behind. What Africa needs to do is that Africa has to redirect the course of things in the data, in type of data, in type of model. Because where everything is being decided, it has to do with data. If our data, our AI is trained from data that do not factor in women, the AI will only produce what you key in. So the content, data, we have to produce data, and we have to legalize the data framework. Thereby, if you talk about OECD ethics, I don't agree with them. I don't agree with the Europeanized AI guidelines. We have Ubuntu guidelines. Ubuntu is an ethics of AI. I could, for lack of time, I could have showed you Ubuntu. Why is it changing? I'll conclude here. The Ubuntu philosophy that I'm not going to develop here tells us also. He said the value of a decision in AI is not in terms of technical efficiency, but all Western rules rather dwell there. So it's about the impact on community, community cohesion. That is what comes from Ubuntu. Responsibility. Who is responsible when AI makes a mistake? All countries are designing AI strategies which are copy-paste. They are doing copy and pastes. Because I have been an observer for some time, and I want to step in order to criticize. The readiness assessment is fundamentally must be individual. And most of the time, African realities are not factored in. Now, the explainability. AI must be explained, but the explainability must not be based on a technical justification. It must take into account we from Africa. It must be able to link the decision with the impact, with the history, with the community, especially in our local languages, in the baselines and cultural data. There's a major debate around AI that can help the cause of health. It must be regulated with our own frameworks. That is the inverted globalization. we must say that in the global north, of course, we want to do AI with our data. We want to do AI with our frameworks, taking into account our values, because as far as we're concerned, AI is not just the individual, whereas all the frameworks, the existing frameworks, are individualized. But we know what is collective. Thank you very much. And what I see is taking a shape gradually. There's a question of redefining some standards, some imaginaries, the realities of daily life in Africa. That's the first thing. The community component, the participation of the community. Because the Ubuntu philosophy, I am because we are. So it is not necessarily integrated in some models that are very individualistic. So it doesn't take into account African realities. It's very important. We'll come back to that. If you can also think, because we have Pan-Africanists here, what should be their role? If you have one recommendation to forward to them, then I will maybe move to Mr. Guy. We were talking about all these topics. Now, you are going to be talking about climate change because it already has impacts. And in future, we need to start anticipating now and start doing something about it, according to you. What do you think are the stakes in terms of food security, health? What do you think are the most important aspects? How do we anticipate and how do we behave in order to tackle future challenges? Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's a fundamental question. Climate change, the environment, and food security. There's a nexus between them, and I would even add health there, which have already been touched on by my colleagues, so I don't want to go into that, so just not to duplicate. But it's a very interesting area. There are lots of climate shocks already known, a lot of environmental degradation happening. At the same time, we're also having our biodiversity being affected, our ecosystems are being degraded. And all these are having combined effect that affects our health situation, our economic stability, and even our sovereignty as Africans. So we have to really take climate change very seriously. It is estimated that about 30% of our agricultural output is going to be reduced just because of climate change, the effects. That's huge. That's 1/3, right? So we need to be, yes, go ahead.
30% of Africa's agricultural output is at risk if
Exactly.
nothing is...
If nothing is done.
Okay.
But we can do something.
30%. Okay.
Exactly.
So,
So we can do something. That's the good thing about it.
okay.
But if nothing is done, it's serious. So sometimes they are threats, but not necessarily threats if you can really work towards addressing the issues. But it's very difficult right now because Africa and the people living in Africa, when I say Africa, I am referring to our global Africa, right? Africa doesn't mean just the continent. So I also want the audience to take that, even if you don't mention diaspora sometimes or Afro-descendants. We always include them in the analysis. So something needs to be done by Africa, but it's difficult because our situation currently in the context, the global context, it's not very favorable, I have to say, unfortunately, because we're having a shifting geopolitics right now, and we have to reanalyze this. It's not business as usual. What was happening even 10, 15 years ago has changed today. You have the powers now. We're having a multipolar world right now, okay? Not just the US taking control as it used to be since the fall of the then Soviet Union, when it was a bipolar world. It's the two of them, and that created the Cold War and everything. So now we have China on board, we have China, we have the EU, we have Turkey, we have Russia, you have even the Gulf states, all of them. And all are looking to Africa. For what? Not just for our mineral assets. We are talking about agriculture now, food security. But the land that we have, our renewable energy, right? And lots of agricultural assets and markets, most importantly. We are coming to 1.2 billion population right now. So we have to be very protective, and to be protective, you need to be sovereign. So, I mean, food sovereignty, we can talk about it like that. But to me, really, because it has political, implications, you have to analyze deeper than that. It's not just food sovereignty because you have access to food, or food is available, or you have utilization, you have the ingredients necessary to give you good health. It's beyond that. Even if you have all those three in place, you still need to be a player. Africa is not a player. So to do that, I don't want to go deep, but I wait for your question, anticipate. But to do that, the first thing to do is we need to be able to have the agency, right, to be a player out there. And right now, we do not have it. So that is the key threat to our survival. This is even an existential threat. It's not a joke, because they are all looking to Africa to exploit. And if we do not do anything, and if I say do not anything, I mean we need to speed up the process of political unification.
Okay.
Yes.
So what you are saying is that it's a serious game. Something has changed. Something is changing. It's becoming geopolitical. Okay. Now, if you say that, regarding to climate preparedness, what should be the if you have three priorities and three recommendations, what should be done to anticipate, to be ready?
That's a very interesting question. We're still trying to find the answers, but we will make some recommendations. Climate change is not easy to tackle, and we are seriously deprived. We do not have the capacity right now. That's the fact, as I said. But we can do certain things. I would make like 2 or 3 suggestions, which are key top priorities right now to address both our food security challenge and also the health-related effects that my colleagues have talked about, because the two go together, right? And one of them is really to be able to anticipate crisis. You mentioned earlier that climate change is already affecting us. So we need to anticipate what's coming and be ready for that. And to do that, you need systems in place. You need data. You need a lot of things. I don't want to go into the discussion of AI, but to simplify it, you need what we call a climate and food security early warning system.
Okay.
In Africa, West Africa is the leader. Yeah. SILS we have, the Interstate Committee for Drought Control in the Sahel. They are ahead of all other regions in Africa. But it's not yet replicated in the other regions. And that's scary, because even SILS is not addressing the food security issues in West Africa itself. But we can copy what they're doing. And my first suggestion is to replicate it at the continental level. We do not have one. Early warning system at the continental level. That's the first thing to start with.
How many countries have an early warning system today?
Right now, we only have 11.
11?
Out of 55.
Okay.
But that 11 is covering about 40% of the population in terms of disseminating
but
information.
Something is already there. The basis is there. We need now kind of to scale up, right? Okay. The second priority,
second priority would be we need to also scale climate smart agriculture. It's happening in small bits, but continentally, across the continent.
In concrete terms, what is the implication? What you are talking about?
Yes, what we talk about is to start at the farmer level, the
Okay.
community level, of course, also the businesses,
Okay.
remember they are also involved in agriculture, they need to start applying techniques, agricultural techniques, that are friendly to the environment. We cannot continue degrading our land, degrading the biodiversity, degrading the ecosystem. So that is not happening very, very much because projects are just coming from the European Union, USAID, wherever, and they do not care about our future. This is an existential threat we are having. For me, that's how I label it. And the things that I write about, I talk about that because we may perish. Just like Kwame Nkrumah, we were reminded here. And food is number one. Without food in 3 days, you are off as a human being. We should not joke with food. Food is the number one thing for any human being. That's what you should before health. Even food comes before health. My colleagues may not agree.
So smart agriculture techniques,
Yes,
right?
yes.
So
That means you have the right seeds, for instance, that are drought tolerant in the Sahel, for
Okay,
instance,
production of
flood
seeds.
in Eastern Africa,
Okay.
where it's very common, and Southern Africa, for instance. So you have to start with the seed itself, have the right seeds. And also the cultivation techniques, you know, you have to adapt them in such a way that the cultivation methods are sustaining our environment. So we need to protect the environment in everything that we do.
and last priority is what? Anyway,
Yes, an important one,
Yeah.
you mean in terms of the priority recommendations, is to develop at the continental level a strategic food reserve. We do not have this. I trained in the European Union and lived there for many years, and I was helping in Scandinavia develop some of those systems there. I was much younger. But we do not have anything like that. Not in the, even West Africa, we have something, you know, but it's not adequate. But I'm talking about the continent. West Africa is not just the continent. We are luckily ahead in all these things for some reason because of the organization that we built since the 70s. But now we need to have this at the continental level, strategic food reserve, and be able to have systems and mechanisms to distribute what we need to distribute across the borders. Whenever something happens in Rwanda, so we can move food, for instance, from Mauritania to Rwanda. But right now, the way it is in our divided system, we cannot do it. We are having nationalism. We don't have the African platform at the global level to do that. But it's the recommendation that is valid, and also a climate financing mechanism. And we can get into those details later.
Yeah, thanks very much. We are lacking time because we only have 1 hour out of 2 initially. But I really want to take some questions from the audience. If our contribution really go to the point, so that before we come back to the panelists for your one recommendation for the Pan-African approach you might have. First, before, je vais peut-être voir si...
I'd like to see if there are people who want to take the floor from the hall, from the audience. I will take just 2 questions, but I can see Madame, who is on my on the left-hand side. If anybody can send a microphone there, is there anybody to help us with the microphone? And over there to the left. And I would take a second person. The first one is over there, and then here too, I see the gentleman over there. So it is balanced over there, and then here. And a third person here, and I'll be, unfortunately, we'll stop there for now so that members of the panel could conclude.
Yeah. Please go ahead with your question, please, or suggestion.
My name is Samrawit. I come from African Union Commission, Citizens and Diaspora Organization Directorate. I would like to thank you for the informative panel. Thank you. I have one question. How could we strategically engage diasporas to ensure food security and public health or health security in the continent? And another issue, the climate issue. How could we leverage the diaspora for climate mitigation as well as climate financing? I would like to hear your perspective. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Very important aspect, how to involve the diaspora and the contribution of Afro-descendants in this question. Maybe I take the three questions first, and then we come here. So here, le monsieur qui est, voilà, là-bas, s'il vous plaît, voilà.
Can you see his hand so you can hand the microphone to him?
Allez-y.
OK, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the panelists. My first question goes to the panelists who talked about climate change. I am Togolese. I come from a remote area, an area where agriculture is traditional and also rain-based. So when there is no rain, people don't go to the farm. And we know quite well that one of the consequences of climate change in remote areas is the drop of rainfall. Here is my question. As an expert, what do you suggest for those rural populations to overcome the consequences of climate change? These consequences that are having a toll over them and limiting their agricultural capacity. Second one has to do with the health component, with the suspension of some funding from the United States of America. As Doctor said, the example of PEPFAR and SID, who help African countries maintain health efficiency, especially in combating HIV/AIDS. With a suspension of these funding, how will African countries be able to face this new reality? Will that lead to an African sovereignty in the area of healthcare? Now we are talking about the adaptation of smallholders. And now, secondly, you're saying now that development aid is dwindling. Is it a wake-up call? Here, close to the front, the third person.
This is a very poignant question and statement made by our colleague there who worked with the European Union on the security aspect in food and agriculture. As a staunch Pan-Africanist, I have been over the past couple of years talking about the danger to Africa by Bill Gates, by Monsanto, and all of these criminals, because it's criminal. They have ensured by getting a few lackeys like Kenya, even Nigeria, the largest population in Africa, and others, to stop the farmers and locals from having their own organic seeds and also to be able to replant. So in other words, we are going to be hung by the neck if we allow this to continue, a declaration must be made by this Pan-African Congress that Bill Gates must be kicked out of the continent and others like him through the companies, Bayer, Monsanto. We must call them out as to who they are. Let's not play games. When I talk about implementation plan, we have to be, as Africans, not talk the talk, but walk the damn walk. We have to now make a concerted effort and ensure that the Pan-African Congress makes a declaration from this Congress that no to Bill Gates, no to seed companies on the African continent. Go to wherever they are and do that. But if they continue with this, I am warning Africans, in 5 to 10 year time, whoever feeds us will kill us.
Thank you very much for your contribution. It was a contribution, not a really question. Est-ce que on a l'autorisation de prendre encore 10 minutes? 5? Alors, donc, OK. OK, donc je vois deux personnes au milieu ici. Donc, madame juste à côté de vous et monsieur qui est, voilà, et le monsieur qui est en blanc, habillé voilà, en blanc, s'il vous plaît.
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais juste intervenir par rapport à l'acquisition des semences, surtout c'est par rapport au changement climatique. Du côté des femmes, elles n'ont pas accès.
Women have no access to the seedlings that will enable them to undertake activities that will enable them to make revenues to take care of their needs. But we also observe that there are produce in our respective countries where the people are not in a position to know such produce and to consume them. So I would like to know your contributions as to what strategies to deploy in relation to that. The other issue will be climatic change and adaptation, particularly community adaptation, because we do not want to go beyond, because we don't have the necessary resources to ensure the adaptation to enable the people to live through. Because normally, at a community level, there are seedlings, harvests, which happen 2 to 3 years at the community level, and they recover the seedlings to be able to produce. But for now, I want your comments in terms of strategy and community strategy. I think the point is well noted. These 2 points are well noted. Climatic adjustment and also access to seedlings. Previously, people produced their own seedlings, and the attention has been drawn to this issue and the need to replace it on the table. The gentleman in white, and then next to him, I'll change the rule a bit since there are new issues that are coming up. I'm going to continue with the people there, and so that we can take note of all the points.
Gostaria de colocar a todos os palestrantes.
My question goes to all the panel members. who have spoken about a lot of issues encountered by African countries. These are issues that are discussed in Brazil, that is reparations. And in the face of all these challenges, what is being done? What is planned? What is done? That is my interest.
Obrigado. Et je crois que c'est extrêmement important sur les questions de réparation. En fait, et aussi la question qui a été posée ce matin aussi, la mise en œuvre. Dans la décennie à venir, on a une décennie maintenant. On a la chance, donc peut-être en profitant pour vraiment maintenant mettre en plan un plan. D'ici 5 ans, c'est quoi les objectifs qu'il faut qu'on atteigne? D'ici 10 ans, c'est quoi les objectifs peut-être? Donc dans ces questions-là, ici, donc peut-être je vous poserai cette question-là justement. D'ici.
Direct these questions at you. What do you see as concrete objectives to be attained in here? But let me move to the gentleman up there for his contribution. I have a question. I want to know in relation to community health and access to healthcare. I think Dr. Lisem Kodo has referred to a strategy that can help the people to have access to healthcare. Now, that strategy, can he share it with us, and can we replicate that in other African countries so that we control our healthcare system so that the rural population can have access to healthcare? In that case, we African countries will be in charge of our healthcare system, and that will be enormously helpful. Thank you so much. We have time constraints, but we'll take the lady on this side. Unfortunately, since I have time constraints, the objectives to be attained 10, 15 years from now. Lucia Moise.
Angola e uma diaspórica em Portugal. A minha questão é a seguinte.
I'm from Angola, but also of the diaspora in Portugal. When the war between Russia and Ukraine started, the first victims of grains were Africans. We saw the poorest countries, I'm not saying, poor countries, but impoverished countries. And what I understood is that there was no movement in terms of food re-education. I was born in an Angolan village. In our village at the time, we were not eating bread. We didn't eat bread. I ate cassava, sweet potato, and certain food items. And that enabled me to be in good health. Today I'm 73 years old. So what can we do to have a re-education on food so that we are not dependent on wheat, bread, whereas we have many alternatives in our countries and on the continent?
Notre ami.
Kako, our friend. Those who are going to take the floor, I want you to look at all these questions. If you have just one sentence.
Here. Ok, Monsieur Goïta d'abord.
Mr. Goita, one sentence, and then a second sentence. What are the objectives to be attained? In one sentence is impossible, but just to say that African states, in an integrated manner, have to control their food production system. The instruments, the last instruments that have been approved in Kampala, do not align with the food production system. The Kampala, this was passed on to AGRA, funded by Bill Gates. But to even fund the reflection about what should be done, and then go to heads of state who found themselves there with AGRA's resources to decide that Africa henceforth is going to put its food, the future of its production in the hands of a private sector. And I told you that the companies that are in charge of the process are not African. And as Pan-Africanists, we have to commit ourselves individually within the states and also regional integration at the African Union, that enough is enough, and denounce the issue of food, seedlings, things that have been privatized during the structural adjustment and destabilize the agricultural system, with the system that we have today, where investment is about zero in most states because we do not finance, and we are lamenting. Even if production is sufficient, in most Sahelian countries, production is enough, but we will complain that we are hungry just so to get projects, even public policies, that even to come up with a national policy, we want projects, and it's ridiculous. We are not on the right path. We have to take over our own food production system, otherwise we'll be in trouble. That aligns with item 6, with which Mr. Kabonus highlights today, that is the need to fund food sovereignty. I think today, to answer the many questions, I think we should stop turning Africa into a land of application rather than a land of inspiration, of policies of health and nutrition in the nutrition. If we do that, then we cannot talk about USAID, extension of USAID funding, because we will learn to come up with domestic funding, because it means the resources are there, but it's a choice. And if we do that, we will not ask the question of climatic adaptation, innovation, because we will revert to the knowledge that has always existed here, where the people have the knowledge to adapt to climatic change. We didn't start 2 years ago. They started very long ago, and the communities have a certain body of knowledge to be able to adapt, to be able to have seedlings for short periods and so on and so forth. Let me conclude. If we do it that way, we will no longer raise the issue of HIV, because we'll be focusing on diseases which create problems for African countries, which are not placed on the political agenda by Bill and Melinda Gates. Cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, stroke, which has become a serious issue. In Senegal, 70% of the deaths in the last few months are from stroke. So all these diseases that are our own concerns are not on the political agenda because according to Bill and Melinda Gates, it's about HIV.
Excellent, excellent. Donc, quand vous avez des communications écrites à
Since you have written presentations to present, you can do that. You can put.
For you. Thank you.
Yeah, but there is another question. If you can.
No, just.
You don't touch on it? You have 30 seconds. Okay, I think it's very important. The question on the diaspora, Afro descendants, because really this is a huge asset that Africa is not utilizing. That's the first thing to say. The scientists that are there on everything, climate change, food security, health, etc., we don't even have 10% on the continent. We are not utilizing it. And that's why I was happy when people were accusing here Africa to some extent. Some people may not like it, but there is a fact in that. So we are not including them. That's the reason. So what we need to do is to have them on board, the AU, and all our continental institutions. Not only are they part of Africa, they belong here, we already know that, but to also include them in the structures of negotiations, for instance, with the multilateral institutions. When we are going there to do projects or to push for Africa, they should be there because they also have a lot of knowledge, and we are not utilizing that, underutilized completely. So I think that needs to be corrected very, very seriously.
Okay.
And there was somebody who also asked about adaptation.
You know, we will come back, but here I think something is happening about the civil society need to be considered more. What?
Civil society, it is my opinion that civil society needs to be included and at the table. And if there were a council of civil society connected to the diaspora conversation as well as the AU conversation, we could come together and we could have our own discourse and representation, and then a conversation about sitting at the AU table itself. We can not just be outside as civil society. We can come together as a group, we can work the inside and the outside like we all know how to work politics, but we should definitely be at the table. This cannot be government and the big private sector sitting at the table by themselves and us sitting on the side. It just doesn't work that way. And change doesn't come that way. So we really have to think about being at the table and being real representatives counted for our voice, our experience, and our expertise at the table. I do have one other comment to make. Can I make it?
Yes.
In this conversation around food security and where we're going, I want people to just consider one thing. People think of HIV as a virus and think of it as all kinds of things. I think of it as a real question that we have to ask ourselves about humanity. When the very act of procreation can kill you, you need to think about what is being said to us and our humanity. Before we had all the medications and had the interventions, if you had sexual intercourse, you ran the risk 20 years ago of transmitting or contracting HIV, and it would kill you. Second thing, COVID. Now, if we didn't learn from HIV, which we didn't, COVID comes along. COVID now, we couldn't breathe in the same room together. So here we are in our most intimate reality, breathing, being intimate, procreating, and my man on this panel, my buddy here, we've been talking, food security. In 3 days, we have nothing to eat. The only thing left will be water. And at some point, we, in 1 week for water, we need to look at the challenges to our humanity and how we are treating each other and how we are being together. Because the intimacy of our lives is staring us in the face saying, wait a minute, well, if you do this, if you do this, if you do this. We've been through pandemics now that touch on everything we've talked about here.
Thank you very much. Maintenant, Corium, le dernier mot à vous.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. I like to conclude by giving a practical answer. What we are doing will give us the possibility to represent the private society and what we've been doing for the past 20 years. We young African medical doctors thought that it was possible to find a significant and sustainable answer to health problems in rural areas. I said it a while ago. 60%, 70 of our population live in rural areas where there are no doctors. So we need to reflect over these issues, and we thought of organizing health campaigns targeted. And today we have the possibility of operating on between 80 and 100 patients a day. We intend to operate about 350 patients in 3 days. These are indigenous African solutions that we need to reflect on to be able to find solutions to people living in the rural communities.
Dernier mot de la fin. Ce qui en ressort, c'est que sur ces questions, si les objectifs sont très précis, la société civile panafricaine.
If the objectives are specific, now the specific objectives in the field of area and food security is to define the role of this Pan-African community that we find here. Where should we be in 5 years, in 15 years? Unfortunately, we have to bring this to an end. I'm sorry, I extended beyond the time allocated. We have a roundtable in a moment, and probably that will take the conversation forward. So my apologies, the discussions will continue. Thank you.
Oui, la photo de famille apparemment.
The group photograph. The group photograph.
Okay. The group photo, please. Nos sincères remerciements à
Our sincere gratitude to all the panelists who have just addressed the issue of health and food security, a Pan-African approach, acting together. Thanks to you, we are living here a little wiser and more reassured to ensure the resilience of the food supply system in Africa. Before we proceed with our last panel, we have the honor of welcoming Madame Diaura, and she's an advisor in the ministry in charge of investment, and she's going to make a presentation. She's called Madame Diaura Rashida in the Ministry of in charge of investments, promotion and investments.
Mesdames et messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and thank you. I'm Rashida, economist and project analysis in the Ministry for the Promotion of Investment and Economic Plurality, and it's with great pleasure that I'm going to present opportunities and the business climate in Togo. First of all, let me talk about the general framework, and then briefly talk about businesses, and then investment opportunities, and then the stage is forward. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe you know that Togo is a small country, and maybe you know that Togo is a country of the West, a country of West Africa, but with 8.5 inhabitants. It has a unique position, regionally rooted and international influence. Togo has a framework of the GDP should be attaining should go up by 7% by the end of 2025. Togo has a unique position at a global level with access of more than 400 million and interconnectivity with global market, among others, ratification of the Accord establishing the Africa Continental Free Zone, access to the European market, Togo has a modern legal framework and fiscal advantages, advantages for companies. The law on the industrial free zone. Then there is the law on the textile industry, and then the investments code. Generally, the advantages are 0 to 20% of taxes on company revenues. With this framework, Togo has become a leader recognized internationally in the region. The business report of 2024 places Togo as first in West Africa and third in sub-Saharan Africa. Togo is in second out of 14 countries in terms of regulatory framework in West Africa and sub-Saharan Africa. The most administrative procedures for the creation of a company, permit of work permit, and so on and so forth, can be covered within 30 days. Since 2014, Togo has welcomed many companies and groups in the area of infrastructure, banking, telecommunication, energy, and mines. Logistics sector is diversified and has a potential for optimization for greater performance. We have air transport, maritime transport, road and rails as well. The Togo Harbor is a strategic facility, making Togo is the only harbor that can be accessed in one day, the first in the Gulf of Guinea, with 16.6 meters over an area of 900 square meters. Togo has new strategic structures to support our national development. There's the Wezon, which is the first submarine harbor in West Africa. The solar center of Blita uses solar panels. Kekeli system is a thermal system that produces 553 gigawatts per hour of energy for a year and covers 1.5 million inhabitants of Togo. In Togo, the agricultural sector is varied and vitalizes the agro industry. We have foodstuff, root crops, coffee, cocoa, which are cash crops, livestock production, cattle, pigs, fish production, feed farming, artisanal farming, industrial industrial fishing, and artisanal fishing. On account of the favorable business environment, Togo offers a promising environment for 2024-2025. Investment is $100 billion for investments.
21 412 emplois attendus.
More than $1 billion are expected as private investment in the commercial sector of Togo in the areas of agriculture, energy, water, textiles, services, pharmaceuticals, health, the harbor, manufacturing industry, tourism, commerce, and infrastructure. In the area of agriculture, we have projects of development of irrigation, development of livestock breeding, agro-industrial sector, development of fish farming, agricultural mechanization, and operationalization of the Kara agropolis. In the area of tourism and construction of a national factory, construction of a complex. In the area of tourism, the construction of a national factory and a cultural complex in each region, the refurbishment of the House of Slaves, and in the area of infrastructure, the project, the railway project, electrical transportation project, the Lomé, the extension of the Lomé harbor, construction of dams, hydroelectric project, and a thermal project, development of small dams, construction of a stadium of 30,000 places, 30,000 seats. In health, infrastructure and equipment, maintenance of infrastructure, health structure in the primary health centers. The agency for the promotion of investment, there's a dedicated agent who will support you during your entire process of establishment in Togo, from construction to decision making, to interact with various areas of the administration, and to identify potential sites, and also to have permits, construction permits. To contact our office, you have the contacts that I'm reading out, and to know more, you can go on our website, Investment in Togo. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup à
Thank you, Madam Zhao Rashida. She is economist in the ministry in charge of promotion of investment promotions. Thank you for the presentation on investment opportunities in Togo. Togo is ready to welcome investments and various companies. We proceed with our Congress, and we are going to start with the last panel, which is a contribution of Africans and Afro-descendants to Africa's integrated economic development. We invite the panelists who join us on the podium in a moment. They will talk about the business environment in Togo. And we're going to have as a moderator, Madam Christa, who is a director of the Women in Business. They are the most qualified to come and talk about the business climate in Togo. Please welcome her. She's a woman who has been working tirelessly. Welcome, Madam.
Mesdames et messieurs,
Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to those of us joining this economic panel, which is going to focus on the contribution of Africans and Afro-descendants to Africa's integrated economic development. I want to focus on the idea of making Africa into economic space, depending on its own talent, its institutions and partners on the continent as well as in the diaspora. So the idea is to focus on successes, understanding the dynamics, explore the possibility of integration, and to examine how their experiences can serve as a model, aspiration, and a lever for sustainable development. As was said earlier, my name is Madam Siseko. I am head of industry in the Chamber of Industries of Ghana. Today we have the honor of receiving 6 contributors involved in African development. Each one will shed some light, additional light, on the key issue of economic transformation of the country. But before I introduce them, let me call on each one of you to consider this panel as a dialogue and a space of dialogue and commitment. The ideas that will be shared, recommendations that will come up, will help us to define the contours of an Africa that is taking its destiny in its own hands, taking it in its own hands, its development, depending on its men, women, its companies, its youth, its diaspora, and its Afro-descendants. So let me call on the first panelists that I'm going to call upon to join me on the platform. Mr. Yusuf Daya, Director of International Cooperation at the Afrexim Bank, South African, more than 19 years of experience in international trade in Afrexim Bank, and since 2015, he's been in charge of strategic relation with African Union, after Secretariat and commercial policies. Mr. Daya, welcome. Please be seated. the director of institutions in EcoBank. Please welcome Madam Aminata Sek. Aminata, please come up to the rostrum.
Installez-vous où vous voulez, à côté de moi, je serai au milieu, voilà, là. Nous accueillons maintenant.
The next person is Lieutenant Colonel Sandai Jonah, General Administrator of the Industrial Platform in charge of implementation of orientations of the government in the area of industrial development, main objective of facilitating investment in his leadership has made Lieutenant Colonel Sanda Abiola welcome.
Il est le directeur des
Director of Logistics with African Global Logistics. And his contributions will focus on local champions of economic development in Africa, Mr. Tunde Dalmeda.
Avec plus de 15 années d'expérience.
With more than 15 years experience in the airline area, is the commercial director of ASCAI, Mr. Benny Benissa. Please join us.
Installez-vous alors ici. Je vais laisser le professeur au bout. Le dernier panéliste.
The last panelist that I'll invite to the podium, an eminent personality, researcher at the International Center of Agricultural Research, former Togolese commissioner in the UMOA, Dr. Professor Tako Nubukbo. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the experts who are on the panel.
Nous ouvrons.
We will proceed immediately so as not to lose time and be able to respect the time limit with Mr. Yusuf Daya. We'll start with Mr. Yusuf Daya. Mr. Yusuf Daya, Director at Afrexim Bank. Is that the Director at Afrexim Bank? an institution which is at the core of commercial integration in Africa. As I said at the beginning, you are director of AFTA, African Union and International Cooperation. So naturally, I'm going to talk to you about the African Continental Free Trade Zone. And I'm going to ask you how initiatives such as AFCTA can create a common market, a real common market able to boost inter-African trade. How can such an initiative stimulate African economic growth? You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. And at the outset, let me express my appreciation to the government of Togo for putting together this Congress, a very important gathering and happening at a very timely moment, given the context of the global economy and the global political economy currently. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Africa today stands at an inflection point. I've attended a number of the committee meetings, I've sat into a number of the sessions, and a common theme coming out of all of them is that we are at a critical juncture for the continent. Across our continent, we see immense potential. Young populations, the fastest growing population. By 2050, 1 in 4 people in the world will be African. We see dynamic entrepreneurs, abundant resources that many other countries are trying to secure for their own economic growth. Yet our economies remain fragmented. Our markets are too small, 55 atomistic African states, and the level of our intra-African trade is far below the potential it could be. For the last 2.5 decades, it's remained stubbornly between 14 and 17% thereabouts, depending on the numbers you look at, compared to other regions of the world, Asia, Europe, where it's way above 50 and 60%. And one of the reasons for this, or the often cited reason for this, is that, number one, we remain commodity dependent. We remain on the lower levels of the value chain, not capturing any additional value. So we export raw commodities, import finished goods. A consequence of this is it means also our trade has always been extroverted. We are always exporting outside the continent, reliant on the markets, and any movement and fluctuation in that market has a huge impact on our economies. And that is why the African Continental Free Trade Area is not simply another agreement on paper. It's perhaps one of the most ambitious economic projects, integration projects in the world, transforming Africa into a truly common market of 1.4 billion people with a combined GDP exceeding $3.5 trillion US. And this is not something that is sort of new within the context of our ambitions at integration in the continent. In fact, it is probably a step in the direction of doing what we tried to do with the Lagos Plan of Action, with the Abuja Treaty, where we had committed to establishing a common market, using the regional economic communities as building blocks. And once we saw that the progress towards that next step was maybe not moving as quickly as we had liked, I think our leaders stepped back and said, maybe the step we need to take is to first create an integrated market under a free trade area, under the AFCFTA. And what this does for the continent. So currently we have 54 countries that have signed the agreement, 49 countries that have ratified it to become state parties to the agreement. The agreement will lower and harmonize tariff and dismantle non-tariff barriers that historically made moving goods across our borders costly, unpredictable, and slow. By doing this, you create an integrated market and you unlock the potential of economies of scale. Number one, this creates opportunities for African producers to supply to neighboring markets, but it also allows an opportunity for us to attract foreign direct investment and in fact other African direct investment into our countries and regions to take advantage of this integrated market as goods can move across borders quite freely. Investors will no longer need to see Africa as 55 separate markets, but as one large integrated market. This increases the attractiveness of our economies for manufacturing, for processing, and new value-added industries. And given that we are the future market, given the size of our population and the growth of our population, we can use the AFCFTA to ensure that production and value addition is located within the continent, driving competitiveness, driving our growth. It also creates the opportunities for expanding and creating regional value chains. Rather than exporting the raw materials and importing the finished goods, we can collaborate across borders to process our minerals, to manufacture consumer goods, refine and process our agricultural products, and build competitive supply chains. Whether it's automotive assembly in Southern Africa, to pharmaceuticals in West Africa, to textiles in East Africa, the AFCFTA provides a platform for us to industrialize together. Also, the AFCFTA brings real benefits to our citizens, to our people, who ultimately must benefit from it. It means more job creation, giving our youth the opportunities to be productive and deploy their skills in productive capacities, whether it is through digital trade, whether it is in traditional manufacturing and industrialization activities, and even using our cultural economy and our creative sector to drive integration. It gives consumers greater choice and stronger resilience to external shocks. And as global supply chains shift and geopolitical tensions rise, we must rely less on distant markets and more on strength of our own continental integration. We need to find markets at home and reduce dependency on external markets. That's why at the bank we have been a very strong supporter of the AFCFTA since its inception. Even before the AFCFTA was signed in 2018, the bank had established an intra-African trade division and had committed to disburse $20 billion on a revolving basis to support intra-African trade. When our previous strategic plan ended in 2022, this was achieved, and under our current strategic plan, which ends next year, we have committed to double this to $40 billion on a revolving basis. But we also realize that financing is just one aspect of what needs to be done. There's a lot of other issues that hinder intra-African trade. Among them, 43 currencies in the continent that you cannot convert freely. If I want to trade between Kenya and Ghana, I've got to settle this transaction in Europe or the US, and that's why the bank invested in establishing the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, working with the African Union and the AFCFTA Secretariat. This system allows you to use local currency to pay for transactions. So a Kenyan exporter will receive Kenyan shilling, while the Ghanaian importer is able to pay in CD. It happens in instantaneous time, reduces the costs, and it will save the continent an estimated $5 billion in leakages during correspondent banking outside of the continent. The platform, I'm happy to report, is live. We currently have 19 countries, central banks that have signed on to the platform, and over 180 commercial banks that are using it. Another area that we are also keen and we have been strong in supporting is through simply breaking down the barriers to trade and market information. In many instances, we don't trade with each other simply because we don't know what the other produces or what the other has available. For instance, in West Africa as a region, they import in excess of $400 billion annually of meat from outside the continent. Yet there are countries in Southern Africa and East Africa that could meet at least a large part of the supply, retaining the scarce foreign reserves on the continent. So for this, we launched the Intra-African Trade Fair, again, an initiative done in collaboration with the African Union and the AFCFTA. We've had 4 very successful editions. The last and most recent one took place in Algeria in September of this year. And we saw in excess of $40 billion in trade and investment deals emerge from it. And one of the things it also taught us is how important it is to bring African institutions, policymakers, private sector, and financial institutions together. So for instance, in our 2023 edition in Cairo, it led to the conclusion of one of the largest hydropower deals on the continent, the Rufiji hydropower dam in Tanzania, entirely financed by African banks, entirely constructed by African construction companies. And this is a demonstration of not only African capability, but African excellence in doing for ourselves what others may not have done for us before. So, for the AFCFTA to deliver on its full promise, we need to act with urgency and with deliberate intent. Governments must make those investments in trade-enabling infrastructure, and the private sector must come in to support that because there's benefit for the private sector as well. This is in transport corridors, energy, border posts, port systems. We must accelerate the removal of non-tariff barriers that ensure that even if the tariffs are down, goods are still able to move as they should in a truly integrated market. Our private sector leaders must be empowered and use the opportunity for cross-border partnerships, joint ventures, and continent-wide production. They need to be ambitious, they need to be brave, and they need to use institutions like Afreximbank and our other African multilateral financial institutions to help them de-risk themselves as they enter and expand into these new markets. This will allow us to create African multinationals, large African corporates that can drive African development. We've seen the successes of Dangote, the El Sweeties of this world, and we need to replicate this and ensure that they also provide an avenue for our SMEs to integrate into this new integrated market. Above all, I think we need to cultivate a mindset that sees fellow Africans not as competitors. I think for too long, because we were at the lower end of the value chains and all exporting commodities, and in many instances the same commodities, we viewed each other as competitors. We were all trying to access the European, the US, and other foreign markets, exporting the same product. We should change this mindset and see that the value of this integrated market allows us to move up the value chains, retain value on the continent, and in fact take our own economic destiny into our own hands so that we decide what our development agenda is and how we drive it. So, Madam Moderator, maybe in conclusion, let me say, the AFCFTA is truly an opportunity to rewrite the narrative of our economic future. A true African common market driven by integrated policies, seamless borders, competitive industries, and institutions, and the private sector that is willing to take the lead to drive a development agenda that we self-determine. Let us therefore commit to making the AFCFTA work, and it's not one institution, it's not the AU, it's not the AFCFTA Secretariat, it's not Afreximbank. It will take all of us, and it will take deliberate action, deliberate policy, and deliberate investment to make sure we get the benefit out of it. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adai. You said a lot, and I think we all have been enriched by this presentation on AFCFTA and all the initiative in place, and mostly on all the aspiration of all these free trade area. I was pleased with the change of mentality, the change of mindset, and also like the idea of taking on board the private sector in these free trade areas, because we are the major players in that action. And lots of things are in place, of course, bring down tariff barriers, and lots is expected from the private sector, bringing together institutions and decision makers. And you talked about access to finance. Without access to finance, trade and everything we may expect might be very complicated and even impossible. The AFCFTA is moving on, and thank you for this presentation. I will now talk to Madam Aminata. We're talking about access to funding. You are a key figure of the banking sector. You're representing EcoBank here, EcoBank that is a partner in funding the African economy. How do you conceive the challenges and opportunities in connection with access to financing or funding on the continent. You heard the presentation of Mr. Dyer, and you understand that funding is at the heart of the initiatives of the Continental Free Trade Area. Good afternoon, everyone, dear participants, men and women. Thank you, Madam, for the question. How we, as the Pan-African Banking Group, ECOWAS, how do we consider the opportunities of funding on our continent? We have challenges as any other continent and any other sector. We have challenges, and among the challenges, we can talk about the level of banking or banking habits. I compare the UEMOA area for a population of 139 million at the end of 2022. The banking rate was roughly 24%. It's not even up to 1/3 of the population, which is very low. The second concern is the weight, the heavy weight of cash in our economies, which is a parallel market that escapes the classical financial system as we know it. We also have a major topic on how to organize certain layers of economic appraisers. Classic banking have difficulties supporting very small enterprises or the less structured enterprises. For that reason, we have very limited visibility, and we can't control the financial flow in those activities. The last one, which has to do with our challenge, it is the weight of our diaspora in terms of flow. While the World Bank is telling us about $54 billion that was sent to Africa in 2024, while most of that money went into family consumption, and they were not meant for investment or structuring projects. And that lead to talking about the opportunities that we have when we dwell on our important diaspora. The challenge for us as banking professionals, what we need to do is to transform this diaspora into a powerhouse for a structural funding. A lot of efforts are going on to promote initiatives that will help us promote funding. For instance, in 2025, September 1st, 2025, still central bank told us, reported of 80% of increased funding that is amounting to 66 billion CFA as direct credit and other forms of transactions among various financial players. There is no better forum than Pan-African Congress to talk about what we do as a Pan-African bank at EcoBank on the continent in the 34 countries where we are. There's what we call the diaspora offer, which has been designed that helps us spread our financial services over the continent, covering populations that are not necessarily on the continent, making it possible to manage assets in a company or investment project on the continent. 15, 20 years ago, this is something we couldn't do before. You would find it difficult to go from one bank to the other to open a bank account. You move from one country to the other. But with the massive investment that we're able to do with digitalization, we also have an expertise for anything that has to do with supporting SMEs and structured funding. That is what we call Elevate. It's a project that is meant for a female population, that is any economic activity conducted by a woman, or when the target population is women, or a company fully made of women. That program helps us spread funding without asking for collaterals up to the tune of 25 million without real collateral. So we also have funding programs for SMEs in priority areas like agro business and logistics, and also we touch everything that is structured funding, and we have partners in this panel, and we participate as major players on the financial context to create like PIA. The ambition within EcoBank is to really support local initiatives, but also to support our local champions. Today, we don't think country anymore. In Africa, we think continent, and we're happy to support these local champions that have started activities in Togo, but now you can find them in Guinea-Bissau, in Cote d'Ivoire, in Burkina Faso, in Mali, and so forth. So I will conclude by inviting economic players. I'll borrow the expression that we need to change our mindset on anything that has to do with funding on the continent. Today, on the continent, we're able to have microfinance entities, meaning that the classical population that traditional banks cannot cover are being taken care of by microfinance. Now, mesofinance, which is between the microfinance and the classical bank, is also there to take care of everything that has to do with funding, not to mention the gamut of banks that we have in Togo and elsewhere to support individuals and the diaspora, SMEs, major companies, and our countries that are part of our target customers. I would like to say that challenges are many, but we have the resources to face them so that we help promote our countries. Thank you. You were talking about the banking rate, or the low banking rate, or and then how it affects funding. You were also talked about how some projects are not easily supported. But another thing that I was very happy to hear is I didn't know diaspora was responsible for this huge flow of monies, and that this amount of money is not economically productive. That could be a barrier or a breach to access to funding. And EcoBank has a strategy to recover that flow and support the diaspora in investment projects. You also mentioned that you are into several activities, lifters, breeders lifted, or lifting the lifted, a program in which you are supporting women. A lot of local initiatives are supported, they are funded, and you're doing a lot. You talk about your local champion and so many local businesses here. I'd like to link up and talk and go to Lieutenant Colonel Sanda Udiba. Give him the microphone. Lieutenant Colonel Lanta, you are the director of the industrial platform of Adotikope. When countries are thinking about productive investment in Togo, we have our local champion PIA that helps increase investment by serving as a leverage for investment. Lieutenant Colonel, can you tell us about the major drivers that have helped PIA to become a model, a regional model in terms of attractiveness, industrial attractiveness? Thank you very much, Madame Christelle Adipo.
Du 9e Congrès panafricain. Et je vous remercie.
And I thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk about the PIA. Indeed, you sought to know the key factors enabling PIA to become regional models regarding industrial facility. As part of my presentation, let me emphasize that to talk about these key factors, we need to focus on four issues. First of all, the origin of PIA, the production of PIA, that is the site ecosystem, PIA ecosystem, and the governance or the organs of the project. Origin of PIA, let me say that it is the materialization of a vision which went to the highest level of the state by His Excellency, President of the Council, and part of the National Development Plan. So it is flowing from that vision, as well as in a PND, that the development of PIA started. And the objective of PIA is to facilitate the establishment of industrial in various industries involved in the processing of our raw materials, to give added value to our raw materials before exportation, and also to facilitate the installation of industrial facilities whose activities will assist the exportation of some products. So we welcome investors whose activities are not mainly processing of raw materials, but also in the manufacturing of products which act as substitutes for products that we import. So that is the objective of PIA. Now, production of PIA, which is a key factor in the success of PIA, is that PIA is connected to national number one. So its position facilitates the flow between the countries, between Lomé and the towns of the hinterland. So commercial activities between Lomé and the subjectings. So in relation to this position of PIA, we need to know that PIA has railway lines from the site. Then this railway line will be rehabilitated very soon and facilitate the transportation of products from the harbor to the hinterland. Now, we'll also see how the project itself is constituted. PIA is a number of ecosystem made up of an industrial zone, an integrated logistics system, warehouses, truck parking facilities. All these are part of the ecosystem. And apart from these structures, we also have the commercial zone, which will be developed very soon, residential zone, all that to enable a PIA to develop as a space in which everything can be done, which will be an administrative setup set up by the government to enable investors to undertake all administrative procedures and save time in the administrative system. So this is to enable the investors to operate within the space without having to go outside, to have a one-stop window where they can transact, they can carry out all these transactions, and it facilitates the establishment of investors. And when we look at the governance or organization of a PIA, PIA is developed by a zone developing company. It was set up public-private partnership where the state has 35% and the private 65%. This partnership ensures that the state is involved in the development of the project, and apart from the zone developers, the state has set up an administrative authority unit where I am the general administrator. Now, this administrative authority covers all the administrative facilities that the investors need from their arrival, their installation and production. So all that is being developed into a one-stop window. So it's a model that facilitates the installation of investors, and to get with this ecosystem, when an investor comes to PIA, in a record time, he can conclude the administrative procedure, which have been simplified, and there's infrastructure ready to welcome the investor. So it's a package that PIA proposes to the investor. When he arrives, the land is guaranteed, electricity is guaranteed, water is guaranteed, internet guaranteed. So the investor just has to establish and connect to the existing infrastructure and start off. With this system, an investor can establish within 6 months or maximum a year and start off his activities. So this is how, for now, I can explain PIA to you, all the key aspects that make PIA a model in the facilitation of activities for industries. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Colonel, you've been very concise. Now, this model, which is a national jewel, has a lot of advantages. You've spoken about the vision of the president of the council, a government vision to facilitate investment in Togo. And you made mention of a package that facilitates the establishment of investors, so that within 6 months or a year, an investor who comes to PIA can establish and start off So we have understood the strategic position of PIA, the one-stop window, which facilitates our activities, and particularly a considerable state commitment, which is reflected in your presence there. Following this local champion, which is the PIA, let me turn to another local champion, another dimension, but nonetheless not negligible, and turn into Mr. Dalmeida, Africa Global Logistic. Mr. Dalmeida, as I was saying, AGL is one of the local champions, and which our panel is highlighting today. What is AGL's contribution in the transformation of the Togolese economy? Thank you, Madam. First of all, I'd like to thank all participants to this session, as well as the organizers of this round table. AGL, Africa Global Logistics in Togo, national and African champion. Why is that? First of all, because of the strategic position that we occupy in the Lomé harbor. We handle a considerable volume of the flow. We are the only natural harbor in deep harbor. It makes the Lomé harbor a pivot that facilitates the transportation of products to the landlocked countries, Niger, Mali, our neighboring countries. So we have facilities for transportation, land, air, and sea transportation. We do door-to-door, so we can supply our clients from their suppliers to their factory. We have 100,000 square meters space within the Lomé harbor, as well as outside. Champion also because of the investments that the group makes in transport equipment, modern equipment, making the autonomous harbor of Lomé one of the competitive ones in Africa. Champion again because we contribute to the optimization of the multimodal corridor, which involves several modes of transportation, as well as integrated logistic platform. The most recent one that I can refer to as integrated logistic platform is an automotive platform that AGL has set up within the Lomé harbor, and it's a harbor for transboarding to other African markets. So this platform, goods coming to this platform can then be carted to other African markets. It ensures security and also reduces the time involved by bringing products closer to the clients. And let me emphasize that this project would not have been possible without the vision, the leadership vision of the President of the Council. Finally, AGL is a champion because of its human capital. It's important to say this. In Togo, we have about 1,000 collaborators, 100% African and 80% Togolese. So I just want to mention this, and the leader is also a Togolese. Our company has many professions linked to the maritime sector, logistics, transportation, and in order to ensure complementarity of the knowledge within a team, the management has what we call the knowledge matrix, where there's an interchange of knowledge between the team members, talking about their activities, their challenges, to their colleagues of the other professions. And so within the company, we have a competence pool, and all that takes me to the slogan of AGL, which says that we are at the heart of African investment for Africans. Thank you.
Merci pour cette.
Thank you for this beautiful, comprehensive presentation talking about what AGL contributes to the Togolese economy. He also made mention of his social commitment within your team. 90% of your workforce is Togolese, and you create social activities. AGL is a local champion, strategic position, facilitation of transportation of goods, warehouse facilities, advantage of traceability. So Mr. Tunde has just presented a local champion, which we have proudly so in Togo, and which is a key aspect of transportation and transit of goods. I'm presenting the panelists in the sense in which they are here, so we can gain a lot more time. Let me now turn to another champion. Pan-African champion, by turning to the ASCAI commercial director, Mr. Date Beni-Benisan. How do you link mobility, innovation, and development of human capital? Thank you, Madam Crystal. And I commend the organizers of the Pan-African Congress, particularly for the theme selected, because that is a reflection of the situation we live today. Today, ASCAI positions itself as a regional champion, and it's something that occurred 15 years ago. 15 years ago, a lot of people have said it's a dream, but this is proof of the fact that it is possible for Africa to undertake its own parallel development. So today, ASCAI, as a private structure with the support of the government, which has injected some capital, has a network that covers 30 destinations in Africa with 15 aircrafts and an investment that is increasing. We understood very quickly that mobility is an important element in development, be it development, economic development, tourist development, sports development, and even interstate, intercommunity relationship. Mobility has always been there. It will always be there. But there was a concern. Neighboring countries which could not get together quickly. Some cities had to go to Europe before coming back to Africa. For example, recently we have a destination from Luanda, because they had to go to Istanbul to go to Nouakchott. So now, how can you explain that Africa, with over 1 billion people and all the potentials have to suffer so much to go to a neighboring countries. So one of the major objectives of ASCI, our priority is to connect Africa. And I think one of the companies, and I think most of the participants of the Congress used it, so we want to use a factor that is fully linked up with development. We cannot dissociate ourselves from development, not only for the country, but the entire continent. In spite of the fact that it's an important lever, there are still a number of obstacles that we try to overcome. Protectionism of some states. Sometimes you ask for authorization in some African countries and they say no. At the same time, they open the doors to European companies, and today the airline industry in Africa is biased. There's 235 million travelers between Africa and other continents, and at less than 25% intra-African. So this means that international travels, there are Africans who leave Africa, down African cities, go to Europe before coming back. So we are emphasizing the connectivity. And today, ASCI has has 446 possible combinations. Most travels can be done within a day. And on the other hand, what we've tried to do is to base our services on African culture. That is, understand what the African traveler wants, and that is what makes the difference. At the outset, we try to copy the European model, the classical services, but we realized that that was not working as it should. We have a clientele who are traders, students, and we adapted our services. The luggage allowance has gone up from 30 kilos to 40. Next year, we will see what we can introduce to facilitate our trade, to facilitate our services for those who travel without a lot of luggage. Another problem is the taxes, not only on the airline tickets, but any entrant in the services offered by airline companies. We have been trying to have Africa establish certain facilities to support airline in Addis Ababa, Nairobi, South Africa, Egypt, and Morocco. This constitutes an obstacle to development because we need to invest in infrastructure to enhance mobility, and we thank the government of the Republic of Togo in its investments in the Lomé airport. It used to be a small airport, and there are investments coming in to increase the capacity, which is an advantage for us. And another issue which is linked to this, because we have a big sister EcoBank, which is next door. EcoBank has launched the EcoBank Syntex, and we contacted the participants to find out the solutions that are adapted to their local needs when it comes to payment, and we are including this in our commercial arrangements to facilitate payment for air tickets, to make the necessary changes. So innovation, we have the capacity, the competence, but we need to promote them. A lot of countries have been involved in this. Rwanda, with the distribution of medication. I think several projects on the drawing board in Africa that we can take a cue from. Human capital. This is the strength of ASCAI. It's a young company. Most of them employees under 40. Most joined when they were 20, 25 years. But the most important is that these are professionals. And Ethiopian has accepted to share the knowledge with us. That is, knowledge sharing among Africans is extremely important. We don't need to necessarily go to the big universities. We just need to look at what is happening next door, and then we can work together. Strategic partnership between ASCAI, Ethiopian, is an indication that Africans have the knowledge, to be able to do well. And ASCAI has invested a lot of money in the training of staff, from pilots, cabin crew, the new group of young technicians, 25 of them, young pilots, and also the administrative staff, the leadership, career management, and a number of things. There is an investment, and we think that the next stage is to share these expenses in capital, human capital with the other companies. So we have the competence. We have staff that is young. So these are human capital, mobility, are all linked up, but we want this human capital and not be from outside the African continent. We want this human capital to be developed locally, and is more towards technical aspects. We have lack of qualified people in certain areas, and Dangote company has recruited 11,000 Indians in an area where it can get staff Nigerians. So today the opportunity has been given to us. We have a lot to offer in terms of capacity on the continent, and we can do it. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Tevi Benissa, for this beautiful presentation of ASCAI, among others. This company, African company, is developing, extending its destinations. Today you can go to Nouakchott. You've been able to resolve this problem of connections which Africa had in the past. In spite of all that, you have a lot of obstacles. I didn't note all of them, but I think we'll get to know a lot more. The issues of authorization, tax from countries and not most of the less than 25% intra-Africa trade, high taxes, and you said you want to adapt yourselves to the African market, and you try to understand the needs of the African traveler and to take care of their needs. I also noted the emphasis on human capital, important for you, and the information sharing among Africans and the collaboration between ASCAI and Ethiopian when it comes to training and human capital. I also note that those working in ASCAI are young and full of potentials. Thank you very much. The panel presentation is moving towards the end, pending when we do the Q&A. So now we'll give the floor to Professor Kako Nubukbo once again. Thank you for being with us on this panel. You are a known economist that I don't need to introduce. I think you have been at the Congress since the beginning, and you've participated in many commissions. So I want to know your first impressions on this 9th Pan-African Congress being held in Lomé.
Christelle.
Thank you, my sister Christelle. I first of all would like to express how pleased I am to be on this panel, because I can retrieve many of my friends, Lieutenant Colonel, and then I think this is a beautiful panel because this panel is re-echoing what we have been saying right from the beginning. We recall the principle of Pan-Africanism, and yesterday, as part of the various commissions, we were able to talk about the complementarities that we need for this Pan-Africanism would be a pragmatic Pan-Africanism. And the panels before us, they were talking about food security, and ours, I can see that we are in the practical phase of this Pan-Africanism. And to also anticipate the subsequent discussions, I want to say three things. The first series of things is that we should take away from Togo the example to spread to the rest of the continent. We need to know the heterogeneous nature when we're talking about African growth. For me, it is very important. African growth is okay, is good, but because it is fully based on raw materials, its job creation is limited, so much so that this paradox can be easily understood. Our friend from Afrexim laid emphasis on it. The first, that we have remained at the primary level within foreign trade. That heterogeneous nature of growth has been marked by the first 6 economies in Africa. If we take the last rating of international rating institutions, the six first economies represent 65%. So you have 48 countries in Africa that represent only 35% of the African GDP. You know them, like myself. South Africa just overthrew Nigeria. South Africa is currently the #1 economy. The second one is Egypt. The third one is Algeria. Nigeria is coming in the 4th position, Morocco the 5th, and Kenya the 6th economy. And then you have Ethiopia and Angola. And Cote d'Ivoire comes in the 9th position, and Ghana in the 10th position. And what I want to say is that in these first 6 economies, you have the 2 heavyweights of crude oil. It means that when we're talking about African growth, we're talking about the international crude oil oil prices, and that it doesn't cover our daily activities that we just mentioned. The second item on which I want to say something which is of concern for us is the macroeconomic framing. We have a challenge. The thing is, our indicators are not very good, with a strong emphasis on debt. If you take the debt ratio, we have 54%. It means that more than half of the taxes we pay would go into servicing debts. That is the main and the interest. Why? Because over the past 3 days we've been talking about jobs and the hardships, the challenges of Africa in implementing the Pan-African vision. And if we do not take into account the fundamental macroeconomic component, we might miss it. Take a country like, take Senegal. The ratio has gone beyond 100%, and within UMOA, we're supposed not to go beyond 65%. What I mean is that if our efforts should go into paying debt, very little will go into investment, and therefore job creation will suffer, and we can't achieve the Pan-African ideal. And the third subject of interest is sector, the sector transformation. We need an Africa that goes through a structural transformation. And I have the impression that our colleagues in this panel, we have the merit of talking about energy, transports, the cost of energy, the cost of transport, given that we are in a more and more uncertain world because we don't know what the geopolitics will be tomorrow. We don't know what will be the costs or the price of our raw materials. There's room for worry. When I was the commissioner, Atokulu is a commissioner at the UMOA Commission, we realized that at the beginning of the Ukraine war, 1 ton of potassium, that was $240, went from $240 to more than $800. So the potassium went from $240 to $800. No African country is able to grant any subvention to that height. I'm saying that we're doing our best to ensure structural transformation of our continent, but our agenda, because I'm saying it because this is the 70th anniversary of the Bandung convention, the agenda of non-alignment still have to prove itself before becoming a reality. We can give him a warm applause. Yes, before we go further in our thinking process, what are the solutions? How will we do the right thinking? You said, if we find it difficult ourselves to implement the Pan-African vision because it comes for us from a shared prosperity, what do you think are the perspectives? And yes, it is interesting. The number one thing is the vision. Unfortunately, as I often say, we Africans, we are victims of the dictatorship of emergencies. We have very many emergencies every day. We are the last to arrive into the process of shared prosperity. Don't forget, the rest of the world has looted Africa. Don't forget it. For the past 3 days, we talked about slavery. Tons of millions of Africans' strong hands were taken away. Even our independence did not solve any problem, and we have to grapple with so many things at the same time. What I'm saying is that we African leaders, we have a double responsibility. The rest of the world want us to position ourselves either in one block or the other. We have the conglomerate of the global south, and what another injunction is that our children want jobs. It is really difficult for us to find our bearings, and some of the solutions that were suggested, especially in Commission number 3, in resource mobilization, is that we have to accelerate the internal resource mobilization process to fund ourselves. And what I much loved in this panel is that we see within Togo how one sector after the other, the instruments are being put in place to meet the challenge of development. My take is that African participation in the trade, in the world trade, must be solved within. Our solution must be localized. There must be indigenous solution. I insist that as part of this conference, the success stories that we have been presented today, they need to be put together, because we talked about the Adetikope industrial platform, which is an expression of the vision of the President of the Council. And beside that, we have the Glojigbe platform in Benin, which is a vision of President Talon in Benin. So it's up to us to compare these initiatives and say, look, this is what we need to take home. This is what to retain, what to drop. And if we are not in a position to compare our various performances, we might likely start we might end up being sluggish. My sister from Ecobank can correct me. A lot of things is happening from one country to the other, and Ecobank has been supervising. Thank you very much, Prof. I've retained so many things from what you said, as usual. It is true that it's not easy to find your way out in Africa. we see the challenge, we need to add up. We need to add up to what is being done already. You talked about indigenous resources. It should come from us. The vision of the heads or the leaders must have the indigenous support. You said that in Togo, instruments are being put in place to face the challenge of development. So we have to uphold the success stories, but we should have a situation of comparison so we can modify and take up our challenges. You also talked about the double injection, the challenges of our populations, but two things that are interconnected. We talked about debt. I think we will have the opportunity to come back to that. I think we have gone from one end to the other of our panel. You have heard more from each of the speakers. We talked about initiative from the AFCFTA. We talked about access to funding with a representative from EcoBank. Now we are trusting our local champion, talking about African African Global Logistics, ASCAR. Now I would like to leave the floor for questions and answers. Professor Kakunbubu is here. He has told us his impressions in taking part in the 9th Congress, Pan-African Congress. I am going to give you the floor for your questions, and you can put your questions to any of the panel members. You may indicate who your question is directed to so that the panel member can answer directly. I don't know if there is a microphone in the room. Could you please stand up? I am James Fleeman, a researcher, a writer, and publisher on books titled Economic Unity of Africa, the falling apart of CFA zones, and the event of an African currency. My question is not a question to Professor Nubupo, but my question is to add a small dimension. You know, we have been talking solution. The major solution, of course, we have to commend local champions. The solution is to accelerate in order to achieve the implementation of the African currency. As you know very well, a market always needs a currency. We're talking about the African market. For that African market to be effective, it must have a powerful monetary sovereignty so that investment could blossom and grow. We need our own money, our own currency that should facilitate these investments, because currency is a driver of stability and prosperity. It is a symbol for the economic construction of a space. Let us mint our own currency. Let's mint our own currency. I want to suggest the ports of Lomé to put in place handling for technical management of the ports. Benin did it. Benin produced 2 to 3 billion per year. Bolloré is there, and yet. So let us, the technical management of handling must be a sovereign department for the port of Lomé. To conclude, when you have a state, is it the state that creates a currency? Professor Nudupo, he said that money, Professor Nudupo is a living school. We need to create it. All the doctorate holders who spoke during this Congress, you have to create them. It's like you create gold. When you take gold at the primary state, it is dirty. You have to process it. You have to refine it. It is indispensable for us to have our own currency, the African currency, the African money. Thank you very much. We've all understood you. Let us have our own currency. It is about sovereignty. It's about acceleration in order to facilitate investment. Is there any panel member who wants to answer that question? Is it more of a contribution? I think we spoke about currency in the morning. So the next question, thank you. I am Cicilla from the Senegal Civil Society. I first of all want to thank EcoBank for having facilitated women entrepreneurs for accessing financial resources, but my question goes to those that are left on the side of the road. Talk about women, for women to be empowered and go further. Of course, it may be the informal sector, the people in the players in the informal sector seems to be left on the side of the road. They are not into the sector, financial sector, that to support them. You take entrepreneurs, female entrepreneurs. What about women who are involved in these activities to move forward? These women need to be supported, and that will help them move forward because they are here to meet the needs of the population in one way or the other. I'm here to ask Madam Sek, what do you intend to do for women which are in the informal sector? Of course, they are into finance and other things, but they would like to have a satisfaction regarding their needs, because microfinance, they are very limited resources, but there are other women who want to go into entrepreneurship who have not yet gotten there, but need to have more substantial financial support so that they can emerge and meet the needs of the group and then go to the individual levels. Thank you very much for the question, and thank you for the interest expressed towards EcoBank. In fact, I must say that we do more than what I mentioned. It is a program that funds a well-selected target. It's a program that also does a sort of coaching. During my presentation, I talked about some layers of the society find it difficult to have access to the traditional banking system. However, we have an ecosystem where we don't sideline these population. We have a foundation, and I would like to use the opportunity to talk about the foundation, the ECOBA Foundation, that conducts a lot of activities within formal and informal sectors. You can access our services and see the details. It's not just a funding, we also do coaching, how to establish your business, how to organize whatever we do in order to formalize our business and grow. You know, as I said, we truly need to change our mindset. Classical bankers do not know how to support informal sectors, but we have microfinance, we have mesofinance with simpler facilities are able to support the informal sector. The informal is what? It's fully hazy. You don't know what will happen the following day. So it's very difficult to fund. So come get close to us. We have mentoring programs, support programs. We can help you in your activities and help you either formal or informal activity. My name is Adanza Umaris. I come from Benin. My question goes to the ASCAI commercial director. I take a flight, Brazzaville, N'Djamena, 2 countries within Central Africa. I'm picked from Baya, Brazzaville. Instead of going to N'Djamena, ASCAI will bring me back to Lomé before going to N'Djamena. I want to understand. Thank you for the question. As I said earlier, air transport is very special. Today we are faced with a situation or an environment, an economic environment where air transport is not favored at all. In this, during the conference of the as part of the Agenda 2063, the African Union president, heads of states wanted to liberalize the air transport setting in Africa. Out of the 30 countries that signed, it's only half of them that have made the proof that have gone into implementing it. So we are faced with a situation where we can't do some direct links. So we all have to transit through our major hubs. And also we're faced with issues of resourcing. We have 30 destinations, and if we have to cover them directly, it means that we will have 30 aircraft available. It's a heavy investment and not easy to have. Africa, especially in West Africa and Central Africa, we find ourselves faced with a problem that has to do with the monetary or financial problem, because we sell in CFA, but our expenditures are in dollars, and it's difficult for us to get the dollar. Very difficult to get the dollar. Another component is the component of taxes. How many passengers we have? Abuja and N'Djamena, Douala and N'Djamena, but we don't have enough capacity to serve everybody in direct flights. We are working towards that, and we're asking governments to give us possibility to do that. But the same government that are complaining about the fact that they have to transit through Lomé, they are the same one that do not want to allow traffic authorizations. Sometimes it's very, it's painful to see people waiting where you say, I have an aircraft available, but I can't increase my capacity. Your government does not allow me. We have airports that are underutilized, but we don't have the possibility because of protectionism. I will not mention the name of an airline. I was in a workshop and the question was raised and said, why would your country not allow other airlines to fly your routes? He said, no, we as a national airline, we don't have the power. You know, ASCA does not enjoy the subvention of government. We're using our own resources. It's what we gain that helps us manage the company, the purchase of new aircraft, the stimulator center. If the Togolese government tomorrow says, okay, I'll make 15 billion to support you, maybe we could feel better, but we don't have the support from other actors, other players, so we have to rationalize what we have and we compel people to go through Lomé. Our future objectives are to be able to have direct flights so that people don't have to always go through Lomé, that we could be allowed to fly directly, as is the case in Europe, in the Middle East, and in the USA, and so forth.
Une autre question?
Oui, une autre question. Alors moi j'ai 3 questions. Je me présente, je suis Sylvie Adoukonou, je suis de la diaspora, mais béninoise d'origine. Donc le Bénin a l'honneur. Hein? Alors ma première question s'adresse...
My first question is for the gentleman from Afrexim Bank. I want him to talk about the 99 countries. He talked about the platform. And I'd like to have a little more clarity on that. So my second question, it's more to our sister from EcoBank. The first question is a question that we all ask ourselves. The interest rates in Africa are very high, and it's something we do not understand. We have the diaspora. You spoke a lot about the diaspora. But how do you expect us to invest in Africa with the kind of interest rates that you have? It's impossible. And those living in their countries, how do you want them to even dream of taking? It's just not possible. Maybe the economists can explain that it's just not possible. The rates are just too much. And the second thing I want to touch on is not a question. You talked about a lot of things. I'm a client of EcoBank for 25 years. And all the things that you just spoken about, I've never heard about them. I mean, the diaspora by account is in Benin, but what you just said is extraordinary, but I've never heard about them. You don't communicate enough. What the lady has just said, what you said, we heard it, but we are not aware. It's not communicated to us. We're not informed. So please communicate it. You have things that exist, but communicate it. I was working in an airline, American airline, and I'm based in London been based in London for 20 years now. And then I moved into institutional communication, but it's not event communication. And our states and our institutions do not understand. You have people who have needs, who need solutions, but communication is not done. So we are there, going around in circles. And I thank the government of the Republic of Togo. We are going with a lot of information that we can share. My last question to cite. It's a company that I'm familiar with. My brother from Benin has said it. And I just want to tell you one thing. No state today cannot take away your rights. If you continue hiding them, it's not proper. Tell us, communicate that you want to this country that does not want to give the authorization. Speak to the people. We are the ones involved. It is not the states. The heads of states have their jets. And the people need to know what's not right. You spoke well. The question was put to you. You spoke well, and I heard you. But I would like to see you the next time you want to make a request. Take me along. I'm in communication. I work with American. I'll go with you. We cannot leave in N'Djamena to go to Brazza, come to Lomé, because a state does not want to give the authorization. No, we refuse that. And we are the people. They need to listen to us. They need to give us the authorization. No. You also said that the Togo government is your partner. Very well. Why then are you not requesting, are not asking? Did you ask and you were turned down that the president of the council can say no? Find a way of communicating. Give us the answer. We'll get to them. He was here the last time. I will go to him and tell him, Honorable His Excellency the President, this is the situation. So communicate. Thank you. Madam, before you sit down, let me ask you to reformulate your question for Mr. Yusuf Daya. He talked about platform where there are 99 countries. I don't know if I understood what he said, and that is why I want a little more detail on the 99 countries that he mentioned on the platform in Kenya. Very well, very well. I get it. Can you respond to Madam?
I think maybe let me clarify. It's not 99 countries. It's 19, 19. It's the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, which is a platform for using local currencies to pay for intra-African trade transactions. I can give you the list after this, which 19 countries, but it started in the West African Monetary Union as the pilot, and it's now expanded to include countries like Tunisia, Algeria, Egypt, Guinea, several countries in East Africa as well as 180 commercial banks who are on there. So using that network, we are able to pay and settle transactions using local currencies, but I'll be happy to share the list with you. Maybe just to also add that as part of our diaspora outreach, the bank has now got 12 Caribbean countries as members of the bank, and we are working with the Caribbean countries to create a similar platform that will also allow us to interconnect Caribbean countries, but also connect the Caribbean to Africa.
Voilà, alors on va répondre Madame Aminata Seck, une question vous est adressée au sujet. Deux questions, c'est vrai, deux. Pourquoi?
Two questions have been addressed to you. Why the loan credit rate is so high? Thank you. Thank you very much. The question on the interest rate, if you compare the interest rate of one monetary zone to another zone, that's not the right thing. The interest rate is the cost of the money. It is the risks attached to the fund. If we have $35 billion that comes to Africa, the others that we are able to connect are resources of the client bank. From those three, the resources that we collect and for the clientele, institutional, companies, individuals. So based on that, it is the cost of resources that determine the level of interest rate. It makes me smile because my impression is that we are comparing two things that are not the same. For example, it's like saying yogurt is more expensive in Africa than London. That's not the right thing to do. We need to extend the basis of resource collection so as to have more competitive interest rates. And in the interest rates that we have in our zone, for example, the rate of interest in Senegal is not the same as in Togo. It is the volume of resources in Senegal are higher than the resources that you are able to collect in Togo, even though they are in the same zone. So the focus on communication, I take that point. I have taken very good note. We improve things. It's very important for us. We are developing programs, initiatives. So we need to improve our dissemination channels, which are not the best, taking into account the targets. That is what I can say. Thank you. Mr. Tevi Benissa, you have the floor. There is someone who has offered to assist you in your governmental activities and assist with the difficulties that you encounter. The people need you. And if you encounter problems, they are concerned, they are victims of the difficulties, they need to understand what is happening, and to the extent possible, they want to push the authorities to ask for investments. I don't think ASCAI can ask for for investment, and especially that it will be refused. I would not say a collaborator, but an ambassador, not only of ASCAI, of air transport in Africa. I think her experience with American Airlines proves that we want to do a business, or we want to establish something in Africa, but we are creating problems for ourselves. I'll take your contact and be assured that we'll work together. And this is how we can work. We've always wished that passengers and partners carry this message to liberate Africa, that our limits should be the limit we fix for ourselves and not the limits that the regulators impose on us. That is, you make a beautiful speech. We want to do this, we want to do that. A year ago, the heads of states adopted a reduction of 25% in airline taxes. We are 10th December. There's no note from the authorities to say that this tax that you pay here has gone down to this level. They keep saying they are not ready. They gave a one-year moratorium to prepare the field for the implementation of this, just to fluidify transportation. I commend Benin, Kenya, countries that have removed visa restrictions, and Kenya's traffic has increased considerably just by removing visa. Already, the transport fare, the air ticket is expensive, and then you add all the visa restrictions and so on. You talked about the president of the council, and I thank the government for the investment that they are already making in the airline business. We don't want to take it further. We want to be contributed rather than we want to be contributed in the management of the business. Today, American airline companies don't take money from the government to fund their development. They do it themselves, and that is what we want, the airline business to be in Africa, that we do not forever keep asking for money, because the day the government said we can't, then it means the company will have to close doors. We want a resilient business for ASCAI to have infrastructure and the services, necessary services, so as to offer mobility to Africans. On the interest rate, I just want to add something to what Madam Sek said. I think the central bank, BCIO, is responsible for the interest rate. But for a simple reason, the main objective of our central bank is the maximization of exchange reserves. That is, since we want to maintain a fixed interest rate between the CFA franc and the euro, we need to save the foreign currency, because if you don't have a lot, you have to disburse your own money. So the link with the interest rate, how is it done? And we saw that a while ago. We don't produce much. And when you give out a lot of credit, it increases imports, and to be able to fund imports, you have to bring out the foreign reserves. And but the central bank needs the foreign reserves to keep the rate parity. So the central banks do not want the central banks do not want the banks to give out too many loans. So the second reason for the structurally high level of interest rate is a problem of public finance, since the central bank refuses to assist states, because since September 2000, we no longer do monetary funding of budget deficits. So the governments have to go on the market of IMOA to get the money they need to fund the operation of their administration, such that commercial banks have this tendency to buy treasury bills because the central bank prefer these assets when they want refinancing. So there's a deficit of private investment through investment. So if the banks don't make any effort, without any effort, can borrow at 3% and buy from the banks at 6%, why do you want them to go to lend money to the market woman who is in the market of Lomé who wants to develop her trade? So in terms of encouragement, we are in this zone, franc zone, which is misaligned, and that's why I'm saying we should get out, because it's a system that does not create employment and which feeds a small elite. Thank you for this contribution. Thank you. I ask a simple question. First of all, there was an initial response to my question, and I'm happy to know that the taxes on air tickets were brought down and very soon the taxes on air ticket will be reduced. We are in today's 10th December, and does it mean that in 2026 we'll continue along the same line? So apart from that, I leave Lomé, I'm going to Algiers, I go to the airport. Air France rightly asked me for a transit visa, which did not exist previously. But now they're asking me for a transit visa, and I say I'm not going to France. The plane is transiting in Paris, and the conditions are not the same, because I'm going to spend 7 hours at Charles de Gaulle before getting here, and going back I leave in the evening. I get to Algiers 12:45. In spite of that, I accept to travel. I get to the airport and I said they asked me for a transit visa. So I did not travel. To travel from one African country to another African country, you have to go outside the continent. You can go to Lomé. You can go out of Lomé with Askai. Askai might take us to Niamey. From Niamey to Algiers is not too long, too far. I don't want to go into too many details, but my question is to basically understand why it is that in the reflections in the airline companies, particularly at the 9th Pan-African Congress, where we are thinking that we need to be and organize the things around us, why are we still there? My question is not only to Mr. Benissan. Of course, he will give technical answers, but there are other answers that I want that won't go beyond the technical answer. Thank you for the question. Regarding intra-African links, today, and we need to thank the African Association of Airlines for helping the airline companies to set up what is called interline ticketing. That is, two companies that accept that their passengers transit through a specific airport and to travel with one ticket instead of having two tickets. So today, I think that with Air Algeria and even Tunisia and Askai, we have this kind of arrangement. We have about 30 airline companies today that enable us to. So you can ask your travel agent to look at these possibilities. You can take Askai, Lomé, Abidjan, and connect with Air Algeria. And we have a similar arrangement in other African countries. Southern Africa, some go with, some go to Johannesburg, and then transit from there to go to Botswana, Zimbabwe, and so on. So these are there are these possibilities that exist. But I think you need to discuss this further. We're trying to see what we can do in this regard and communicate this as much as possible, including in our online on-board in-flight magazine. Askai has had two awards, the prize of best connectivity in 2024 based on the number of routes, and also the award for best financial governance for regional institutions. So we work or evaluate, do a technical evaluation of these connections. Now on the visa, it is true. In the interim, there was a modification when Ethiopia started flights from Lomé to the United States directly. France suspended the transit visa, that is, clients going from Lomé to the United States decided to go straight with Ethiopian. So, but travelers also needs to conform to the regulations of each country. We take a flight to a country and we promise to come back and we don't come back, and this penalizes the airlines. We see the visa requirements, transit visa requirement for France, people who leave the airport and disappear. So these are things that we suffer because some people, while traveling, did not respect the commitments that they made. But in most African countries, so if you are not in the, if you don't get out of the international area, you don't get out of the airport, you don't need a transit visa. But some countries insist because some of the countries do not have the infrastructure to keep somebody who has to be there for 8 hours or a night, or where they have a hotel, or the airport. They cannot keep the airport open when you are probably the only person there. So there are certain parameters that are taken into account. But I think we'll make the effort by requesting the government to remove this visa requirement, transit visa requirement. Otherwise, Pan-Africanism will not have a meaning. So, for as long as we don't remove this visa requirement, Pan-Africanism will not have a meaning. This will be the last. I am Alfred Lawson, consultant, and I come from Central Africa. Before my question, I want to quote Nelson Mandela: an action and a vision without action is just a dream. And let me say, at the end of, in the course of this 9th Congress, that at the end of the Congress, that our discussion should be a hope for the people of Africa. My first question goes to my big brother, Professor Kaku Nubukbo. I want to know, I come from a Central African country where we have CFA. I come to Togo to use the CFA. I left Bangui with 10,000. I come to Lomé, I cannot have 10,000. But the two currencies are aligned to the euro. This question, I wanted to ask the question, but I realized that those who took the floor before me have already made a case for Africa to have its own currency. Today, I tried to make a withdrawal in EcoBank, where I requested for extra cash, a way of getting money using a code, and then you withdraw the money. The money left Bangui but did not get to Lomé. There's EcoBank in Bangui, there's an EcoBank in Lomé. They went around and came back to say that the two countries are in the CFE zone, but they don't have the same currency. It's meaning that the two currencies are brothers but do not interact. So today, to have money on an EcoBank account in Central Bank, to make a withdrawal, that money has to come to Lomé, and it's very complicated. Whereas we are talking about development of Africa through its economy, through the contribution of the diaspora. Let me go further. Today, our National Assembly voted a budget for the country. We have more than 400 mining indexes. I hear that my country has come out with a budget of 360 billion, whereas Togo yesterday voted a budget of 257 billion CFA francs. This means that our financial problem, we're not able to exploit our resources. We are not able to invest, and that makes us poorer today, concretely, at the end of this Congress. The experts that you are, the financial experts that you are, what can you propose? We are attacked from every angle, but economically, we have problems. The heart of Africa is Central Africa, and that's why it is called Central Africa. My second question goes to Madame Aminata Sek. Today,
the African diaspora sends several billions of dollars to the continent, but it does not go through regular banking institutions that you represent, for instance. But we have Tap Send, we have various apps that they use. What do you want to suggest concretely? Because the problem that we identify, as my sister just said before me, our banks are not investment banks, they are consumer banks, and we have very high rates of interest. Professor, explain why But when are we going to have investment banks as Africans? Because we need to invest. We don't need to go and make deposits. You make a deposit, you want to ask for a loan, you go up to 12% rates, interest rates. When shall we have investment bank, especially in CFA countries? My third question goes to my brother and friend, Benissa Askai. It's a company that makes you dream. It's a company that helps you. We from Central Africa. I think Central African Republic is KP 033, 34. Always you have a sky flying that route. But the flight tickets are very high. The basic salary in Bangui is 35,000. Now Bangui Lomé is 500,000. What is the problem? Tell us what the problem is. As our sister said, tell us the problem so that we know, so that we can advocate. Because to go from Bangui to Paris is cheaper than going from Lomé to Bangui. Because if you go into details of the billing of our tickets, everything else is a tax. Where is it not working? Where? And we need to know. So to conclude, when is ASCAI going to resuscitate Air Afrique? A vision without action is just a dream. I was thinking of the last question or the last three questions, and still hands are up. Our time is far advanced, and we are not going to spend our evening in the Palais de Congrès, even if we feel at home here. We are going to conclude. We're going to sum up very quickly. The first question for Professor Kakolupo. Why? Well, we talk about CFA area, but when you're still talking about exchange from one CFA to the other CFA zone, the rates are not the same. Yes, he has a concern. We don't have a direct convertibility between the two franc area. The Comoros also use CFA franc. You're right when you talk about the complexity of the situation. Till devaluation in 1994, the two banks, in order to check massive exits, because people were already anticipating the devaluation, so they decided to suspend the convertibility between the two banks, because the banks had to redeem the franc CFA that always get out of the area. So no central bank is happy seeing its currency, its money going out of its area. So that's why convertibility was suspended. But after devaluation, the two governors of both both central banks didn't deem it necessary to restore the convertibility. That's what leads to the paradox you're talking about. It means that when you go out of Bangui, that is Central African Republic, with your CFA franc, and you come to West Africa region, it means that your CFA will be converted into euro, and from that euro back to West Africa CFA, because there's no direct convertibility between the two CFA francs, but each of the CFA currency is convertible with euro. So we need to do something. You're converting 2 times, so you end up losing. Now, the impact of the Central African budget, to be in tune with what we are saying, we are supposed to help you. There's supposed to be a Pan-African fund that will support the budgets of frail and weak countries. If you take the GDP of Africa, you are 3,000 million, that is 3 trillion. If we want to convert that, it would be $60 billion, and that amount of development aid that we receive. If we can increase our production, we will not need that help anymore. That money would help fragile countries like the CAR, Central African Republic. So there's a lack of imagination from all of us, because the system in which we grew up is a system that has not built confidence within citizens. We don't have the impression that we can change our world. We always have the impression that somebody somewhere more intelligent than we are, more informed, more knowledgeable than us, should come and tell us what we should do. So I have the impression that there is a sort of leap that we need. We should be the actors, the stakeholders of our own transformation. Thank you. Madam Singh, when are we going to have a real investment bank? Thank you very much for the question. When are we going to have a true investment bank? I must say that UEMOA already has EBID, which is an investment bank. The desire to establish an investment bank cannot come from commercial banks. It is a political decision that must come from political stakeholders. Now, to answer the question of why you shouldn't have the same CFA from Bantgi to Togo, but the thing is you have to convert the XAF into euro, and when you're coming to the XO-off region, you have to convert it back in. So for reasons that were, and I would not want to go back to what has already been said. Now, for the diaspora and money coming to the continent, I think we have lighter condition or requirements for opening bank accounts. There are provisions and facilities made easy for you in managing your assets, helping you in every transaction. You said it quite well. The diaspora is a huge strength that we have in terms of resource mobilization. It is resources that escape the control of the traditional banks that we are. So what the diaspora suggests, of course you don't, but you don't have you as people in search of investment might need preferential rates. Maybe I'll leave my contact, and we can carry on with the discussion. Now, talking about the investment bank, we of course want to answer all questions, but some questions require political involvement. Thank you, Mr. Benissa. On the cost of flight tickets, so that we could have the very, very last question. There's somebody who insists to have the floor. If I don't give him the floor, he might not allow me out of this room. The very last question, the cost of flight tickets. Hello. The question is repeated over the past years. Why is air transportation so expensive in Africa? It's an observation, and a general observation. All countries, they complain. Even our experts in Europe try to understand why the flight tickets are so expensive in Africa. The first item is that we need to liberalize the airspace of African countries. It's like when you buy a car or where you rent a vehicle. When you rent a car for today, even if you use it 1 hour or the 24 hours, you pay the same amount of money. So we are faced with this injustice or this disbalance compared to international airlines. There's a publication a few days ago for 2026 saying that generally international airliners would have $8 per passenger, but in Africa it's going to be $1.6. Europe is between 10 and 12. $28 for Asia and Middle East. For Central Africa, we operate Bangui, but we can't buy fuel within the Central African Republic. We have a lot of fuel in Africa, but sometimes the costs of aircraft fuel is very expensive in Africa than it is in Europe. We send our crude oil to Europe before we can get the jet fuel, which is it comes back very expensive. You have to export it, get it processed, and bring it back. So we sometimes have, by obligation, to have higher flight tickets, more expensive flight tickets. That is already 30% in Europe for the costs, but in Africa it's 60%. In West Africa, Sierra Leone is the most expensive. Then other countries in Central Africa is Gabon that is the most expensive, and already we're being compelled to pay carbon tax starting this year. For every flight, there are additional taxes that are going to be added. That is reality today. Not to talk about everything that has to do with logistics, supply chain, the availability of capital to invest in new aircraft. Operation costs are still higher and higher compared to other parts of the world. But thanks to your advocacy and with the initiatives in place, we will be able to help African airlines to have more spare parts and have more capitals for the purchase or the renting of aircraft. So briefly, we can't go into details here. Thank you. We have a question over there. I'm just told there's our hearing impaired participant who has a question. My name is Malcolm Idem, and that is the name he's writing. I want to say thank you for giving us the opportunity as handicapped people to take part in this gathering. A while ago, somebody is talking about people left on the side. We handicapped people, we people with disability, we are left on the side. We have issues with accessibility in terms of health, in terms of job, education, and everything. Today, I'm also Pan-African because I participate. Where do we fit people with disability or people that are hearing impaired? Where does that question fit? Is it his concern is cross-cutting? It is a question of accessibility because we talked about he is talking about jobs. He's talking about education and everything. And his problem has to do with accessibility because it's all about institutions because they use sign language. And fortunately, the President of the Council and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs provided for all that is happening here to be translated in sign language. So they're all everywhere in the room and they follow what is being said. Thank you very much for the question. We do understand the problem of accessibility. A lot of facilities are being put in place so that these Congress will be accessible to everybody. I will speak in a generic manner, giving the floor to Lieutenant Colonel. In terms of accessibility, PIA, what are the measures in place so that people with disability could be taken on board to have access to jobs within the PIA or be employed, inserted, or simply have an access? I give the opportunity to Lieutenant Colonel to answer the question. I would need to adapt your question to the case of PIA. Thank you, Madam Christel. In terms of accessibility for all, I think within the PIA, that is the platform, the industrial platform, we don't have any limitation. The jobs that we generate depend on the needs of production units that are within this platform. If within a company needs to employ people with disability, yeah, they can go ahead and employ that person. I must say that we have not yet recruited any person. We don't have people with hearing impairment. People who have limited mobility who are employed. It's open to everybody, but it has to be adapted to the need of the employer or the business in question. That is what I can say in terms of accessibility for all. I give the floor to Mr. Don Mader. No, you're doing a lot when it comes to lots of social actions. No, very quickly. Thank you to the person who put the question. Within our body, AGO, we have no discrimination. We don't have gender discrimination. We don't have discrimination to people with limited mobility or people with disability. As the Colonel said, everything depends on the needs of the employer. We have people with limited mobility who are working within the directorate, the head office, and our jobs, our skills, or the skills that are in demand are specific. All types of disability are not adopted, but they are not basis for any discrimination within our environment. We have a social component. We have partnerships with the University of Lomé, with schools of sea trades. So we do a lot of sensitization because we want to be stakeholders of the society. Our goals are not capitalistic, but we want to be parts. We want to be stakeholders for the inclusion that the authorities are promoting in the country. Yes, of course, you're working to promote a government's inclusion policy. So it means that we have to be able to involve as many as possible people with disability to promote inclusion, the inclusion of our brothers and sisters who are handicapped. I think we're going to close here. I would like to allow the discussants to say their closing words, and that should be the very poignant message that they have for people who have stayed in this room. Message to these Pan-Africanists that are here, so that we can be loaded with resolutions for a better future for us, for our brothers and sisters of the diaspora and Afro-descendants. I would like to start from this end.
Mr. Tevi Benissan, thank you for these open discussions. We have demonstrated today that Africa is entitled to its lateness. Africa that has the necessary competencies to build its own future. Innovation, mobility, financial inclusion, everything. To think together rather than as separate entities, because that will impact the entire Africa. So Africa needs to leave aside saying I rather and develop the habit of saying we instead of I, myself, and me is egoistic. Thank you, Aminata Sek. Your last word. Thank you. It was a very interactive, dynamic engagement, and we commend the initiative and the professionals and consumers that we are. In a few words, let me just say that the challenges are considerable in Africa, and the solution can only come from us. So let's think, rethink, envisage the system, particularly the financial system, to respond to our own needs. Thank you. Mr. Dalmeida, thank you. First of all, I'd like to say that the organization of this panel is so timely. It's important that in the dialogue, engagement that we are building among Africans, we need to promote our champions, make our own narrative, and bring it to the people so that the youth like to thank the authorities who made possible this session in an atmosphere conducive for discussions, and I like to call on African youth to become the elite of tomorrow, because they count. Finally, let me reiterate the gratitude of Africa Global Logistics in Togo to the authorities and all the partners who made possible this Congress and this session. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel. Yes, thank you, Madam Christelle. My last word is a call that I want to make to three principal actors. But before then, I want to recall that in spite of the economic challenges, the difficulty in ensuring the development of our countries, we all agree that there is the need to create employment, and we agree that creation of employment will depend on processing of raw materials, and that is what Togo is trying to do with the installation of the PAC to bring in industries that will process our raw materials so as to create employment and give added value to our raw materials before exportation. If you are ready for that, let me make an appeal to investors to request them to join these African success stories. PIA is a political vision that has become a reality, an appeal to donors and financial institutions as well. Support this project through its innovative funding mechanism by supporting this cultural transformation appeal to public policymakers. Let's take a cue from this model, which has proven its success. Let's replicate this elsewhere so as to ensure inclusiveness. Since 2021, when this peer became a reality, that was the. So when will you write your own date in our history? Thank you. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel. That is the last word. That is an appeal. That is a shared vision. And I think the message has been received by participants and those listening to us from across the world. From the Palais de Congrès, you have a last word for our participants. What do we keep of the initiatives of the AFCTA in 1 minute?
Thank you very much, Madam. I think also just to thank my fellow panelists and also to thank the audience for the very frank and interactive discussions that have been had. My parting words would be very, very aligned to what Prof says. We need to start finding our own solutions to our own problems. We need to build our own institutions, we need to capacitate them, and above all, we need to trust them to be able to do the things we want them to do, whether it's the financial institutions, the African Union, the AFCFTA. And in order to do that, it's not just an individual effort of one entity, but it's a collective effort of all Africans within the continent, but also those in the diaspora. Because the system that has been in place, whether it's the multilateral financial architecture, has not been supportive of what we've been trying to do. So we need to find solutions that will deliver for what we want in our development. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. That's a very clear summary of your expectations. In any case, these are shared expectations of this indigenous dynamics that each government action or Pan-African action does need. We need to reach out to everyone and for everyone to understand that everything comes from us and starts with us. Professor, you have the floor for your last word so that we close this panel and to move on, proceed to something. 3 things in one word. The first one is an exhortation for we leaders. On this panel, we're all leaders. And we should focus on the general interests and the collective good. That is fundamental because we constitute the elite of our respective nations, so we should be exemplary. What is expected from the elite is for it to be exemplary. And that takes me to my second word. The daily effort for good governance, there also we need to be exemplary. Our resources are few and our needs are many. So we cannot afford to dissipate the little resources that we have. So even if we have to fight for an increase in these resources. And the third point is the effort for solidarity. Pan-Africanism is solidarity. We should have solidarity towards our brothers and sisters. The inequalities are considerable in our countries, and we should be humble. And we should not forget that if we are all here in this hall, it is through the grace of God. It is not our merit. Each one of us here does his best. But there are others who also do a lot, but who are not with us today, who did not have the opportunity of being with us today. So we shouldn't forget that everything is by grace. Thank you. I will not add anything to this message, except to say that everything is by grace. And I thank you all once again, panelists, for your commitment, your participation. Thank you to all of you present here. I thank you exceedingly for your kind attention, and enjoy the rest of the evening as we conclude this panel on the contribution of Africans, Afro-descendants to integrated economic development of Africa. Thank you.
Nous vous convions à une photo de famille, juste ici. Alors, mesdames et messieurs, ainsi nous sommes arrivés à la fin du dernier panel de la journée.
We've come to the end of the last panel of the day. We have concluded the third day of this 9th Pan-African Congress. Tomorrow we will have the African Cultures Day. The opening is at 9 sharp. Is the African Cultural Day. We invite all Africans, all Togolese, all Afro-descendants to wear traditional attire, because tomorrow will be the day dedicated to the Africa with tradition and traditional cultures. That's the plan for tomorrow. We wish you a beautiful evening and get home safe. So please don't forget to leave behind the headsets that you have used during this session. Thank you.